Almost. Almost. Stupid. Hi, Chris. Hi, Blaze. Just getting everything set up. All right. So we'll be getting going here in about 8 minutes. So. That's what my honeymoon night sounded like. Then when I got fat, it was more like, get off of me. I'm kidding. I never went through that. I never went through that. Fortunately. I mean, I did get fat, but I never ran into functional issues like that. That was more like when I was a teenager. I hadn't developed control at that point. I'm sure it's going to be a while before a decent amount of people show up in here because they're used to me starting an hour earlier. Couldn't help it, though, because of how late the earliest showing of the movie was, which meant that we were late getting started for dinner. And when I do this show, I have to let the food settle for a while. If I eat and then instantly come over here and sit down, I'm going to make myself sick. That's just the way it is. Plus, I've been gone 2 weeks. Also was stuff that was out of my control. Couldn't help it. Couldn't be helped, y'all. Technically, I shouldn't be streaming today because today is, this weekend is the last 2 days of my on-call week where I have to be available just in case somebody calls to fix things. And normally when it's my on-call week, I don't stream, but screw it, I'm going to go ahead and do it tonight. Because I want to talk about Superman. But some of y'all are going to have to hurry up and get in here because 3 viewers, come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. You're going to get your 3 hours, and it's just going to be ending an hour later than it normally does. You'll get your 3 hours. Relax. You guys, I swear. Whew. 5 more minutes and we're starting the show. 5 minutes. So everybody get in. Plenty of seats down front still available. Come on in. Everybody gather close to the front. I don't want to get hoarse having to make sure the people in the back can hear me. Try to keep the sopilers to a minimum, brother. I haven't seen it. Okay, I'll do my best not to leak any sopilers. There might be a couple, but I'm not gonna give away the whole plot. But there's some topics that I want to discuss that I can't discuss without giving a certain level of spoiler. Wah, 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 wah. One of the few sugary things I'll still take a risk and drink, and that's Sonic's Blue Coconut Slush, because it tastes just like the blue snowballs that they sold out of the backs of pickup trucks when I was a kid on summer afternoons. And you'd hear the music playing, and you'd grab whatever change you could find, and you'd run outside and try to stop a moving truck so that they could climb in the back and give you a snow cone full of, probably 15 cents worth of squirted juice out of the back of their truck. I'm sure all of it was sanitary. You get where I'm going here? Gen X, baby. Well, anyway, their Blue Coconut Slush tastes just like the blueberry snow cones that the snowball man would bring around. Did you figure out your stomach bug? There is no figuring out my stomach bug. I just have stomach problems. I have gallbladder issues. I have liver issues in general. I have IBS. I have all sorts of fun, lovely things. Just is what it is, my man. Just is what it is. Two minutes and we'll get started, folks. 2-minute warning. And we're going to get going here. Yes. Yes. Ow. 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 Let's do that one. Okay. Wow, we've gone up to 6 whole viewers. Whatever shall I do? How am I going to keep that many people entertained? Where is everybody? Y'all just used to me starting an hour earlier? Is that all it is? I hope that's all it is. I've built up a callus on this hand right here, and I've been using some of that callus away stuff on it to get rid of it, so now it's all like red and irritated because it's slowly aciding away the callus. I know y'all desperately needed to know that, so I'm just sharing. Anyway, it is Saturday, 7 o'clock, July 12th, 2025, and this is the 7th Cast. As always, I am your venerable host, your friendly neighborhood 7th. 8th is up there, 8thing. I have no idea what he's doing, but I'm sure it's 8thy in nature. As the title card not so sneakily lets you know, me and 8th went to see Superman today. He and I are both big Superman fans. In fact, the first movie that 8th ever saw in a theater that he was old enough to actually enjoy it, as opposed to just, being asleep for most of it, was Superman Returns in 2006. He was 3. And he sat and behaved himself through that entire boring 2.5-hour movie. Age 3. We're big lovers of the Man of Steel, not so much Batman vs. Superman. Love the Snyder Cut. And we love the first 2 Christopher Reeve Superman movies. Not a big fan of 3 and 4. Not a big fan. So that kind of, AKL Max, that kind of clues you in on where our headset is at, our headspace, when it comes to Superman. Going into this and seeing all of the back and forth between the Gunn fans, the Snyderverse fans, the political left, the political right, the professional reviewers, the critics, blah, blah, blah. I think it's all kind of dumb. This is a character who has been around almost 100 years and has been reinterpreted, rebooted, restarted, villainized, just about everything that you can think of over that past 100 years. There's nothing with Superman that hasn't been done. So there's not really a valid way to say, that's not something Superman would do, because he's already done it. In one version or another, he's already done it. Superman would never kill Zod that way. Superman killed Zod in Superman 2. Superman just doesn't believe in killing. Superman helped kill 3 people in Superman 2. Zod, Non, and actually Lois Lane killed Ursa. But Superman was the one that lured them out there, knowing that he was going to cause them to lose their powers and they wouldn't be able to fly, and they'd end up sliding into the abyss and freezing to death. Superman did that. Christopher Reeve's Superman did that in Superman 2. So I never understood the negative backlash towards what Superman did in Man of Steel. That being said, though, I do think that it's kind of dumb that Supes didn't think, hey, there's all these people here in the city and we're knocking down skyscrapers. I should probably lure him away from the city, like Christopher Reeve did in Superman 2. But he didn't. So instead, you had potentially thousands upon thousands of lives lost in collateral damage because Supes didn't think, perhaps I should get out of the tri-state area. But at the same time, that has happened in the comics with Superman before. So you can't really say Superman would never do that, because he's done it. Superman would never manipulate time like that. Superman's done it. All of it. All of it. So, Superman would never say that. He has said things like that before. All those arguments, they're baseless. They're factless. The guys that are saying Superman is stoic, Superman is serious. Superman would never say, no, I'm working on important stuff here. Absolutely he would. A version of him already has said things like that, and dumber things. Superman has said some very dumb things in numerous different versions over the years. So that's definitely not a valid argument to me. That being said, people have been scared to death that this Superman would be too comedic, it'd be too woke, it'd be jokes a mile a minute, and some people they've lied in their reviews and said, it's a joke a minute. You can't have a single serious scene in this movie without it ending in a big joke, because it's James Gunn. This doesn't even have half the humor of one of his Guardians of the Galaxy films. Not even half. Not even half of the humor. Yes, there's a couple of moments where you're having what would be like a serious epic scene, and you have that serious epic scene, and then Krypto shows up or something like that. Yes. I mean, it's James Gunn. That's going to happen a couple of times. But it's not all the way through the movie the way they imply. The best way that I could describe this movie, okay, because you already know from all the press that they were not going to redo his origin story again. Okay? The best way that I could describe the experience of seeing this is, let's say that you have not seen a single MCU movie ever. You haven't seen none of them. And your friends recommend to you what should be your first MCU movie, and so you sit down and watch the first Avengers. And that is your first experience into the MCU and who all the characters are, is the first Avengers movie. That's what this Superman is like. The pacing and everything is very similar to the first Avengers film. Right down to a certain event that happens towards the end of the film that feels lifted right out of the Avengers. And that's one of the few things that I'm going to talk about, just to kind of hammer in the point that structurally this movie feels a lot like the first Avengers film. So, it would be like sitting down and watching Avengers, and you've never seen, you know that Iron Man 1 exists, you know that Thor 1 exists, you know Captain America 1 exists, you haven't seen any of them. You just sit down, and this is your first experience with Captain America, Black Widow, Iron Man, Hulk, blah, blah, blah. That's what this film is like. You get just a little bit of information about the characters to let you know, this is Mr. Terrific. He's really good with tech. He's basically kind of a Tony Stark character. Here's Hawk Girl, and she can do... It doesn't really explain where she comes from, but here's Hawk Girl, here's what she can do. Here's Guy Gardner, he's with the Green Lantern Corps. The Green Lantern Corps are basically space police. It gives you just that much information, and then off you go. That being said, people have been complaining about how the pacing is too fast, it doesn't let scenes breathe, blah, blah, blah. The pacing is like Avengers. If you've watched Avengers, then you'll know what to expect going to see Superman. Is it fast? Well, it's a 2-hour-long movie, and there are a lot of things going on at the same time, but I had absolutely no problem following any of it. At no point was I like, what is even going on? Never. I've never lost track of what was going on, what the stakes were, nothing. It's very easy to follow. It's a very easy to follow movie. The worst thing that I can say about it is it doesn't have that incredibly over-the-top epicness of something like Man of Steel, where, the entire city is obliterated. I mean, there's some serious damage that happens to the city in this movie, but it's not on the level of Man of Steel. This movie is a little more down to earth. But basically, Superman has been Superman for... No, he does not get beat up for the majority of the movie like Hard 8 says. The movie starts with him having gotten his butt kicked for the first time in his career. Okay? Just let me explain. Samurai, please stop asking weird out-of-nowhere questions like you send me on Twitter that have nothing to do with what the topic of discussion is. I'm not talking about a curtain call that happened 30 years ago. Please. Unreal. Anyway. The movie starts with Superman has been working as Superman for 3 years. In that time, he's just been doing your average Superman stuff, thwarting bank robberies, saving kidnapped victims, rescuing kittens out of trees, the usual Superman stuff. And from the moment that he appeared, Lex Luthor has not been happy with him being there, because the minute he shows up, everyone starts kind of worshiping him in almost a messianic way. And Lex wants the world to thank him for his contributions. And he thinks that Superman is something that's going to cause human ingenuity and human creativity to stagnate, because everyone will just look to him instead of trying to find their own solutions to problems. And this has, over the past 3 years, developed into an inferiority complex of epic proportions and an obsession with dethroning Superman and proving that Lex is all the Superman that the world will ever need. And so it takes him 3 years, but he learns Superman's general attack patterns and whatnot from watching him, and he manages to dig up some Superman DNA so that he can break into the Fortress of Solitude, which happened in Superman 2, and steal some information about Superman as far as his weaknesses and everything. And so he concocts this master plan that we're finally going to get rid of Superman. We're going to kill him, and we're going to humiliate him, and we're going to destroy everyone's trust in him. It's this multi-tier, big, massive plan. And the movie starts with the first leg of that plan being put in motion, which the week before the movie starts, Superman had stopped a war between two warring nations, and it's basically like Russia invading Ukraine. Is Superman swept in and stopped Russia from invading Ukraine? It's basically kind of what it is. Some have said Israel and Iran or what have you. And that's not. It feels more like Russia and Ukraine, really. Well, anyway, he stops that war, and so Supes gets into a fight with a big armored guy called the Hammer of, I don't remember the name of the country. We'll say Moldavia. Baravia? Yeah. All right. The Hammer of Baravia. And it's not really someone from Baravia. It's one of Lex's goons pretending to be that, so that there's already political back and forth about whether Superman had the backing of the U.S. when he stopped that war, because technically the U.S. are allies of the country that's invading the other country. And so that's why some people say, oh, well, it's actually not even Israel and Iran. It's Israel and Gaza. But what it really feels like, again, is Russia and Ukraine. But anyway, he's trying to use that to make the public hate Superman. And so this goon, I'm not going to spoil who it is. This goon of Lex Luthor's who's in that suit has all of the same strength and power as Superman. And in the 3 years that he's been working as Superman, he has not come up against anyone who was powerful enough to stand toe-to-toe with him. This is the first time he's encountered that. And so he gets his butt kicked, because he has never had to fight someone who is as strong as he is. And I guess you could say it's caused him to be artificially confident. And so he gets his butt handed to him, and he ends up crash landing in the Antarctic, which is what you see in the trailers. And just like you saw in the trailer, Krypto comes and saves him, takes him to the Fortress of Solitude, and they put him up on this rack and expose him to sunlight, and that heals all of his injuries. The reason he's screaming like that is because he has a ruptured bladder, ruptured kidney, punctured lung, 5 broken ribs, etc., etc. And so he's screaming because all of his organs are regrowing themselves and all of his bones are snapping back into place while he's awake. And that's why he's screaming. It's not because the sun is hurting him. It's the healing and all that stuff popping back into place where it's supposed to be. That's what's hurting him. And it establishes that this is in relation to the one of the big things I want to talk about. It establishes that when he came to Earth, he had a recording of his parents where they left him a message. And half of that message got damaged or corrupted in the crash of the ship. So all he has is like the first half of it. And that first half is your typical, it's pretty much the same message you've heard in all the other films where, you know, oh, we love you and we're saving you from doom, and we want you to go to Earth and help them in every way you can and be the best the best representative of Krypton that you can be, and you know, the same kind of positive messages that you've seen in all the other depictions of Superman. Well, meanwhile, the movie is just kind of like a week in the life of Superman, because it's just one thing after another that Luthor is throwing at him in the course of all this. So, you know, when Luthor decides that he's going to break into the Fortress of Solitude, he sets loose a little 3.5-foot creature into downtown Metropolis at night that looks kind of like one of Stitch's cousins or something. And it eventually grows to kaiju form. So while him and some of the others are fighting this kaiju, that keeps him distracted so that they can break into the Fortress of Solitude. And that's when what happens is when they break in, they destroy all of Superman's robots. They kidnap Krypto, the dog, and they steal that message from his parents, and they end up being able to repair and decrypt the entire message. And this is the part of the film where I was like, and yes, I know it has been done in comic form before, and it's been done in various ways in animated form too. It still doesn't mean that I like it. So what it turns out is that he's only ever heard half of that message. When he finally gets to hear the second half, it's because Lex has gone onto the news on a Tucker Carlson style news show and played it for the world. And what the second half of the message from Jor-El and Kara is that Earthlings are simple and fearful and weak and stupid. And so you should have no problem ruling over them and being their king and ruling them with an iron fist, no mercy, and be sure to take as many wives as possible so that you can spread your Kryptonian seed and slowly over several generations turn it into Krypton 2.0. And so he had spent his whole life thinking that his parents had sent him to Earth simply to help the Earth and to be the best him he could be. But what they really sent him there for is as a do-over for Krypton. Not the same as Zod. Zod wanted to terraform the whole planet, wipe out all human life, and replace it as a new Krypton. That's not what's happening here. They just want him to come in and take the Earth over as its dictator and have a harem of Earth women to give him Kryptonian super babies that will slowly replace the human population with a new Kryptonian population. So he finds this out, and he has this terrible crisis of identity where he doesn't feel like he's the person that he thought he was and whatnot. And so then he has to go for a time. I'm not going to get into why, but he gets kryptonite poisoning. And so he goes back home to Kansas to his parents, and they have to remind him of who he is and why he is who he is, despite whatever his dead Kryptonian parents did or didn't say. And that's one other thing that I didn't like, and it's just a nitpick, really. I'm not a big fan of the depiction of his Earth parents, because these are farmers in Kansas, but they're depicted as having Southern Georgia accents. I know people from Kansas. They don't sound like they were born and raised in Valdosta. I'm sorry, they don't. But that's what these two sound like. They sound like they walked right out of a bar in Valdosta, Georgia. And so it's kind of weird, that he would go for the stereotypical Southern redneck vibe with them, country bumpkins, when they're in Kansas. And it doesn't even look like Kansas. It looks like a house in Valdosta, Georgia, with some farmland, a couple of cows in the front yard. It doesn't look like a big farm. It looks like a 70s era ranch house outside of Valdosta, Georgia. So that part kind of irritated me a little bit. It wasn't. I mean, they're not like making fun of them that way, per se. They just went more country with it than I've ever seen his parents depicted, and it just doesn't fit for farmers in Kansas. It just doesn't. But it's a little nitpick. As far as characters go, it's obvious that they were very loving and supporting parents to him, more than his Kryptonian parents were in this version. But yes, the movie starts with him getting beat up, okay? And there are a couple of fights where he has to fight the same person again, and he's still having some difficulty with it. But he doesn't get his butt kicked by the kaiju. He doesn't get his butt kicked by soldiers. There's one scene where, yes, he's getting his butt kicked because he's being beaten up while he's suffering from kryptonite poisoning. But he does eventually defeat this villain who's been kicking his butt through the movie. But no, he doesn't get his butt constantly kicked through the whole thing. It's just a matter of the fact that this is not a level of challenge he's had to face before. So it's kind of he's kind of discovering who he really is and what his power limits actually are, and when he should and shouldn't ask for help and things of that nature. It's even though it's not an origin story movie, it's still kind of like Superboy becoming Superman in a way. You do get to see Soups kick some A in this film. There's some really cool things that he does, and I'm not gonna spoil them. Not all of it were in the trailers. There's some cool maneuvers he does. There's some cool action scenes and things that happen during the fights and whatnot. But no, he doesn't get his butt kicked constantly, unending through the whole thing. He does end up winning the day. Yes, he is helped here and there, but in the end, he still comes out on top with a better understanding of who he is and what he can do and what have you. I wasn't as thrilled with the soundtrack as I thought I would be. And it's not because it has licensed music in it. That's another thing that people are making a big deal over nothing. Superman movies shouldn't have licensed music in it. Well, for the most part, not completely, but for the most part, the licensed music that is in this movie doesn't take place when Superman is on screen being Superman. It's when Green Lantern's on screen, when Hawkgirl's on screen, Mr. Terrific is on screen, etc., etc. The only time where there's licensed music playing and Superman is on screen being Superman is at the very end of the movie. The rest of the time, whenever Superman is doing Superman stuff, the Superman score is playing. And while it does reference the John Williams... Wait a minute. Oh, magic powers. While it does reference the John Williams score, uh, quite a bit, it's not as powerful as John Williams' original score. It's certainly not as powerful as Hans Zimmer's Man of Steel score. There's some cool moments to it, yes, but it just feels reserved and laid back compared to the other two scores. It's not as bombastic. It's not as exhilarating. It's not bad, but it's not as good as the other two. Special effects were fine. Didn't have any complaints about the special effects. There was two moments where I was like, they spent over $200 million on this? Two moments. Or not even two moments, but I guess two sets. One of which is the Fortress of Solitude. What you've seen in the trailers isn't just a room in the Fortress of Solitude. It's the whole Fortress of Solitude. The Fortress of Solitude in this movie is literally just that one big room that you saw in the trailer. It's not even half the size of Christopher Reeve's Fortress of Solitude on the inside. Remember that big massive set where he flew off and flew 20 feet towards the camera and veered off? Yeah, it's not even half that size. It feels more like the set of a TV show than a $200 million movie. It's not. It wasn't an impressive set. It looked small and rushed compared to Christopher Reeve's Fortress of Solitude. The second is the battleground scene between the opposing nations. It looks like it was just filmed at a rock quarry in South Carolina somewhere. It doesn't look like a war-torn battleground. There's at most just a couple of hundred people there, it looks like, tops, and they have a couple of Humvees and a couple of tanks. It doesn't look like a big war that's about to break out or anything like that. It just looks like a handful of soldiers with tanks and a handful of people standing in a rock quarry. So, for some reason, they decided to not put a whole lot of budget into the battleground scene and not put a whole lot of budget into the Fortress of Solitude. Not sure why. Because, if you've watched anything related to Superman or read the comic books, the Fortress of Solitude is like his bat cave. Yeah, it's not just a computer and a handful of things. It's got a lab in it, and it's got a museum in it with statues of his parents and statues of dinosaurs. And in one version, he actually retrieved all the wreckage of the Titanic and rebuilt it as a hobby. So the Titanic is sitting inside the Fortress of Solitude. That's how big the Fortress of Solitude is. And then you get to this movie, and it's just this kind of hokey, rinky-dink little thing. That I didn't care for. But then again, not that much of the movie takes place in the Fortress of Solitude either. So maybe that's why they decided they didn't need to spend that much on it. But I mean, they could have just built the set that they did and then used CGI to make it look like it stretched off into the distance, They didn't. They could have done that, and that would have been a cheap alternative to keep the same size and scale of a movie from 1978. So that was a little bit disappointing. But those really are small nitpicks if you ask me. It is true that in the 80s comics, there was this one guy that took over. I can't remember his name. But he decided to reboot the origin story. And it was similar to what they did here in that, when they send him, when Jor-El and Zara, or whatever her name was, I can't remember now, sends Kal-El to Earth, they're talking to him and they're telling him, You'll be so much smarter and so much powerful than them. You'll be like a god to them. You can be their king and you can steer them in the right direction. So whereas it's not, build yourself up a super harem so that you can spread your seed and replace humanity with, Kryptonanity or whatever. It does include the idea of him taking over and ruling the earth for humanity's own good. And additionally, you could say it's similar to this recent cartoon, My Adventures with Superman, because in that cartoon, the Kryptonians are basically Viltrumites. They were conquerors that conquered the galaxy and whatnot, but Jor-El and his wife were not that way. And so that was one of the reasons that they sent Kal-El to Earth, was because they didn't want him to grow up to be like the rest of their race. And eventually that race was destroyed in war and various other things. But that's kind of similar to this in a way. But the last thing that I'll say that would take you into, that's kind of a spoiler, Chris G, is, and why I said at the beginning of this that it feels like the first Avengers film. Structurally and pacing-wise, it moves very much like the first Avengers film, right down to one of the last scenes where I'm not going to get into specifics and I'm not going to get into who does it, but Soups goes in to the big Lex's big control room headquarters area, and shortly after having a brief conversation with him, Lex Luthor gets Loki'd. Bam, 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 bam. Just like Loki did. Bam, 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 bam. So it becomes pretty obvious when you take that into account that I think Gunn, in the pacing and general flow of the film, was influenced by Avengers 1. It's very similar. Acting wise, I've already said my piece about his Earth parents being too country bumpkin, too redneck, but their acting itself was fine. They just seemed very stereotypical, but not stereotypical of Kansans. David Cornsweet is Superman. In every way that Christopher Reeve was Superman, David Cornsweet is Superman. He's a little bit more down to earth than Chris Reeve was, because Chris Reeve was stupendous. He embodied the character. He was Superman, but he was also well, I hope this hasn't put you off on flying. Statistically speaking, it's still the safest way to travel. And, I fight for truth, justice, and the American way. And I like that line. But, he was very, very... He really wanted to sound like the comics when he would talk in that way. So, he was ultra assertive and very Boy Scout, giving out the tenets of the Boy Scouts when he'd say this kind of stuff. Cornsweet's not as much that. He is someone who avoids using bad language, so you get a lot of gosh and golly and geez and avoiding using actual profanity type of thing. But he's not as prim and proper with it as Christopher Reeve was in the role. So you have him, what the hey dude, you wouldn't have heard Christopher Reeve say what the hey dude. He wouldn't have said that in that way. Superman has said things like that in the comics, especially if he was being depicted like in his year one or something of that nature. And that's another thing. People are saying it's too silly. It's got too much comedy in it. Have y'all watched the Christopher Reeve movies? They're packed to the gills with humor. They're almost to the point where they are a comedy. And you know this every time that Lex Luthor steps on the screen and that piece of John Williams, dun, 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 dun. It's meant whenever he's on screen, you take him seriously some of the time. You don't take him seriously most of the time because it's all about him getting pissed off at Miss Tessmacher and Otis. People forget that Otis exists in the Christopher Reeve movies. They completely forget that he exists, and they look back on the Christopher Reeve movies as some kind of serious epic thing that treated Superman with the utmost of respect. Meanwhile, you've got Superman standing on the bow of a small boat, and a guy hits him on the back of the head with a crowbar, and it goes boing, and Superman turns around and says, "Bad vibrations?" But this one's too silly? Really? It doesn't feel any more or any less silly than the first two Superman movies. It's not as stupid and silly as 3 and 4. They're dumber. By far. The dumbest this movie gets is with the troll monkeys. You've already heard about them. Luthor has these genetically modified chimpanzees or whatever that have kind of like Elon Musk's computer link thing in their head, and they spend every waking moment typing troll comments about Superman onto the internet. And so all this hate that he's been getting on the internet, almost all of it's been coming from these genetically modified super monkeys that have been sitting and typing, which really that was kind of a self-insert from James Gunn, kind of making fun of some of the trolls that have given him crap over the years, especially the Snyderverse trolls. So just his way of throwing a little shade. Like I said, Superman, David Cornsweet, perfect in the role. Rachel Brosnahan, absolutely fantastic as Lois Lane. Best Lois Lane there's been. And yes, I love Margot Kidder, but this was a better Lois Lane. I regret that she's not on the screen as much as I would have liked her to have been. Mr. Terrific is awesome. Loved every scene Mr. Terrific was in. I'd like him to get his own movie. Nathan Fillion was fantastic as Guy Gardner, the Green Lantern. He had that character down to a T. He perfectly understands who Guy Gardner is, and he went for it, and it was great. Hawkgirl is kind of a non-entity. She barely has any lines. She only has a couple of action scenes. You don't really learn anything about her. All you learn really about the Justice Gang is that they are financed by what's the name of that character? Maxwell Lord, this other billionaire that's in the Superman mythos. They're financed by him. They're backed by him. Same character that was in Wonder Woman 1984. And was played by Pedro Pascal, that guy. Although that was a very weird interpretation of Maxwell Lord and who Maxwell Lord is. So this Maxwell Lord is played by James Gunn's brother Sean, Kraglin from the Guardians of the Galaxy movies, and you only see him in one scene, but yeah, he's pretty spot on for Maxwell Lord as far as like the comic book Maxwell Lord. Jimmy Olsen was a great Jimmy Olsen. There was a weird thing going on with Jimmy Olsen in that he's depicted as some kind of a irresistible ladies man that like every young attractive woman in Metropolis wants Jimmy Olsen. It's never really explained why, and Jimmy seems to be like, equally exasperated and confused, but accepting of it. And so it's just kind of a running gag that doesn't necessarily really fire off. It does play, believe it or not, a significant plot point later in the film that I won't spoil. Who else? Perry White's in it. Nothing spectacular there. He was a good Perry White, but not any better or worse than any other Perry White that's been. There wasn't much of Clark Kent in this movie. You only see him in public being Clark Kent once, and it's all this, and all of it is the footage that they released in the trailers and the little here's a clip of the movie stuff that was released on the internet. If you've watched all those videos, you've already seen everything of Clark Kent that's in this movie. So, being a fan of the Christopher Reeve films, I would have liked to have seen more Clark Kent. However, you already had Snyderverse people complaining that the movie is too silly. If he did have time to spend more time as Clark Kent on it, they would have been complaining about it. Because for some reason, ever since Man of Steel came out, they've had amnesia as to what is actually in the Christopher Reeve movies. And on top of that, getting back to the silliness for a minute, like I was talking about earlier, Otis and Miss Tessmacher, Lex Luthor's little cronies, both of those characters are in this movie. Otis is a big, lumbering black guy instead of a tiny little bumbling Ned Beatty. And Miss Tessmacher is Miss Tessmacher. She's the one that you see in the trailers that's constantly taking selfies of herself. That's Miss Tessmacher. She's not as good of a Miss Tessmacher as in the original film, I will say that. She's a different kind of character. There is kind of a reference to the original one, though, as in when the day is saved and everything, she runs out in the street and finds her mom and is hugging her mom. And if you remember in the original film, a big plot point of it was, Superman has to stop these two missiles, and she saves Superman and says, "Promise me that you'll go save my mom first in Hackensack. I know if you tell me you'll do it, that it's true because you never lie." And he's like, "Okay, I promise, I promise, I promise." Well, she runs out in the street and she finds her mom, and she's so glad that her mom is safe and everything. That's a reference to the original Miss Tessmacher. Let's see. We've talked about the score. We've talked about the special effects. Don't really want to give any other spoilers to it. I think that's about it. I thought it was very good. It had the exact amount of fun and Soup's excitement that I was hoping would be in it. I don't feel that anybody except maybe Hawk Girl and Lois Lane got shortchanged, because you get to see Lois being a reporter, but not as much as I would have liked. What it feels like to me is that this was a 2-hour and 30-minute film, and they cut about 30 minutes of it out. It doesn't make it feel, too rushed or anything, but you can kind of tell that there was more to it than what made it into the final cut. Maybe it's more like 15 minutes, but it feels to me like about 30 minutes were cut. But anyway, that's where I am with it. On the 7th scale, I'd say it's a solid 6 out of 7. Most of the nitpicks I have are personal nitpicks, because like I said, everything that could happen with a Superman movie or Superman story has. It is canon in certain versions of Superman that his parents were not on the up and up, and so they went with that choice here. I would have preferred them not to, but it is what it is. And I wasn't a big fan of Ma and Pa Kent sounding like they're neighbors to the Duke boys. I wasn't too thrilled about that. Otherwise, I was perfectly happy with the film. I thought it was great. Eighth loved it. Eighth says it's probably... where would you rank it with the others, Eighth?
It's my favorite one.
It's his number one favorite Superman movie now. And this Eighth grew up watching the Christopher Reeve movies because once he got old enough to watch movies, I bought all of the Chris Reeve movies for him on DVD, and he would play them on repeat in his room. And he'd just take one out, put the next one in, take it out, put the next one in, and he would watch those all day long. He loved the Superman. I had him the Max Fleischer cartoons on a DVD, and he had watched those. He loved Superman as a kid. So, he knows his Superman pretty well. He's watched the cartoons. He's watched Justice League Unlimited. All the Superman animated films he's seen. So when he tells you this is now his new favorite Superman movie, that ought to tell you something. For me, I would say that it's tied for me with Superman 2. And I like it a little bit better than Man of Steel, even though Man of Steel has, lots more explosions and fights and buildings exploding, and it's just like, you walk away from it and you're just shell-shocked from it. Overall, this felt truer to the character of Superman. And again, I know every version of Superman is correct because there has been that version of Superman before. So there has been, all serious, stoic Superman. But most of the depictions of Superman that I've grown up with, this was closer to those. So really, in my mind, the only people that wouldn't really be happy with this Superman are the diehard Snyderverse guys. They're not going to like it. But everyone else, especially kids, will love this movie. Absolutely. Now, there is another character that shows up at the end of the film. I'm not going to say who. And some people are going to be, that aren't in the comic book are going to be kind of pissed off at the depiction of this character. All I'm going to say is that this character is acting the way they are because it's tying directly in to their movie that's coming eventually. And that movie is based on a comic book where they are acting that way for a reason. So don't get mad when you see them at the end of the film acting the way they are. It ties into the plot of that comic. I'm not a particularly big fan of that comic, but that's what it does. It's tying directly into the state of that character when that comic storyline starts. So there you go. That being said, like I said, 6 out of 7. I'm going to catch up with the chat since y'all just kept on asking stuff while I was trying to talk. By the way, in case anybody was curious, we haven't streamed this in 2 weeks. The last stream we streamed at got 0 donations. So we are still $640 away from the $1,000 for the table. And so far, I've been talking for almost an hour, and again, 0 donations. Y'all don't love me no more. I went and spent money so I could tell y'all about Superman today. I had to buy the tickets for me and 8th. I had to pay for the gas to drive us out there. I had to pay for us to have snacks, because of course when you go to the theater, you have to have snacks. Look at everything that I did for y'all, so I could give you this, mostly spoiler-free recap of the movie. You'd think you'd show me a little love, especially since nobody showed me any love going on 3 weeks ago. Anyway, we're $640 short, and we're almost an hour into the night already. Let's answer some questions. Hold on. You are streaming the moment I am at a family meeting, but hope the stream stays good. Well, okay. Thanks for being there, Darkstar. Would you like a James Gunn Brave and the Bold Batman movie? I don't know. If he makes a Batman movie, we and 8th were talking about this. If he makes a Batman movie, I don't want it to be this lighthearted. I don't want it to be any wackier than, at most, Tim Burton's first Batman film. That's as lighthearted as I want it to get. Because to me, Brave and the Bold is kind of hokey. It's little kid stuff to me. It's like, kindergartner safe Batman is what Brave and the Bold is to me. And so when he says he's adapting Brave and the Bold, that makes me nervous. Because it makes me think, he thinks that the guys that like The Dark Knight will be satisfied with Matt Reeves' The Batman, and we're going to do Brave and the Bold for the kiddies. And I hope that's not the direction he goes. I hope that he still keeps some of the darkness in there like Tim Burton's films do. Because even though Tim Burton's movie was funny, Batman still had gravitas, and he still scared the crap out of criminals in Tim Burton's first Batman film. That's what I want for Brave and the Bold. I don't want Batman to lose his edge and just be a cornball. I don't want Adam West. Anyway. No, all that stuff, those supposed leaks, AKL Max, all those supposed leaks, they're fake. They're not true. There is no reference to Batman in this film. There is another hero that shows up at the end, but it's not related to Batman in any way. Let's see. Didn't expect eugenics in this movie. There you go again, Samurai. I wasn't talking about Microsoft. I was talking about Superman. Learn to read the room. I'm not trying to be a bully, guys. I'm really not. This individual will randomly send me crackball questions at all hours of the day on Twitter about stuff that I'm not talking about in any way, shape, or form. And so we will be talking about, if we were talking about professional wrestling right now, he would ask me what my thoughts are on the history of knitting. Because he doesn't know how to read the room. He doesn't ask questions that are relevant to the topic that's going on at the time. And sometimes, no offense to him, it irritates me a little bit. Hello, 7th. What do you do for a living? I work in IT. Again, kind of off topic, we were talking about Superman. Did Superman call Lex a big meanie poop face before he beat up Lex? Superman doesn't beat up Lex. He never takes a single punch at Lex. That being said, what?
Shoves him once.
I don't even remember if he actually shoved him or if he just got up in his face. Oh, that's right. When he flies into the room, he knocks him over. But he never punches him. He never lifts him up, and beats him up. Lex does get the crap kicked out of him, but it's not Superman that does it. No, they did not bring back Nuclear Man. Does Hawk Girl have her own meme coin like the Hawk Twa Girl? No. I can't picture Jimmy Olsen being a ladies' man. I'm used to him being normal like in the Dean Cain Superman show. Well, it doesn't help that Jimmy is played by the older brother from the reboot of the Vacation movies. Have you seen the reboot of the Vacation movies? That had Kelly from Married with Children playing the mom. And Rusty is played by the dude from The Office. And, well, yeah, the older brother, the one that the little brother is constantly beating up, that's Jimmy Olsen in this movie. I don't remember the actor's name. Here he is again. 7, thoughts on the Mortal Kombat trilogy. Read the room! Is it better than the Zack Snyder movies? It's just different than the Zack Snyder movies. It's a different type of Superman. You can't really compare it to the Zack Snyder movies because the Zack Snyder movies were trying to do something on a different level. They were like Superman through the lens of Lord of the Rings or something. You know, trying to be this epic saga type thing. Even more so than the MCU was, because the MCU wasn't trying to do this, you know, epic Greek god type saga thing that Zack Snyder was trying to do. You don't care for superhero stuff except for One Punch Man? You know, One Punch Man is a satire of both superhero stuff and shonen type anime and manga, right? Does 8th rank Superman 4 as his second favorite Superman movie? No, he does not. The only Christopher Reeve movie I saw so far is the first one, and it's pretty good. The first two are good. Some people will tell you that the Donner cut of Superman 2 is better. It's not really, because they didn't have the money to do it the right way, and so it feels very rushed and pieced together with a bunch of really horrible, cheap CGI effects thrown in to fill in for scenes that they didn't have the money to refilm. So, no. Stick with the original theatrical Superman 2. I like the Donner cut. I like some of the ideas that it had in comparison to the other one, but no. Stick with the other one. Uh-oh. All right, $20 from JV Shada. Hey, 7th, what are your thoughts on... Just kidding. I'll read the room better next time, LM. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. Appreciate you. $20. Let me get you a dollar bill here. There you go. There you go. Thank you so much. So that puts us $30 away from extending by 1 hour. Thank you, sir. Boy, that big orange donation in the window is lighting up my face. All that light coming on my face, all of a sudden that coming on my face is from his $20 donation. Let's see, where was I at? Wait a minute. Magic powers. Snyder is a hack. Well, you know, I will say this: I was not a fan of Rebel Moon, not even the director's cuts of Rebel Moon. No, Jeff the Shark does not show up. Okay, now after that rant, I need to know your thoughts on this. I agree with Chris G. You never saw the Vacation movie reboot. It's not as awful as people make it out to be. It's actually a funny movie. I liked it. So, you know, typically it's on sale on Amazon these days for like $5 at any given sale. So, you know, it's worth $5. Would I buy the movie on Blu-ray? I would buy the movie on 4K Blu-ray and fully intend to. Look, I know I've compared it to watching Avengers without having watched any of the other MCU movies. That's kind of what it feels like, because it's dropping you 3 years into the store. Up $10 from Box of Donuts. Thank you, Box of Donuts. That puts us up to $30 or $20 away from extending by 1 hour. So let's get you a dollar bill going. There you go. Hi, 7th. Thanks for going to Superman. 7th. Happy 16th anniversary on YouTube. Wow, you remembered. Yes. Yes, indeedy. I started on YouTube. It's not quite my anniversary yet, but it's pretty close. I started July 27th, 2009. So we're almost at my 16th anniversary on YouTube. 16 years, folks. 16 years. As Jim Sterling might have said when he was still Jim Sterling, thank God for me. 7th, what's your thoughts on God judging the earth right now and all people getting a taste of him right now? This isn't the judgment yet. This isn't the judgment. This is just the world slowly going to crap phase. We haven't gotten to judgment yet. That's still to come. But like I said, I don't really like getting into religion too heavily much on this show. I like to keep things lighthearted. That's one of the reasons why I am probably a crappy Christian, because I'm not out here sharing the gospel and preaching his word when I have a platform to do so. If y'all had any religious questions of me, and I am not a pastor, but if you had any questions about such things, you could always DM me on Twitter. Maybe one day I'll designate, this is going to be a day where we're just going to talk about the Lord, and I'll answer your biblical questions as well as I can, not being a pastor. But today is not that day. That's another interesting thing about Superman is people say, "Oh, he's a fill-in for Jesus. He's a fill-in for Christ. They're just spreading Christian propaganda." Superman was created by two Jews, two non-practicing Jews, I might add. Superman was not an insert for Jesus. He was an insert for Moses. Moses, whose family put him in a little basket and sent him down the river. And then he was found by a totally different culture and raised as a part of that culture. He was Moses. It wasn't until Superman was passed over from Siegel and Schuster, or however their name's pronounced, the two Jewish guys who created him, that it started to be more of a Christ allegory instead of Moses. So, yeah. Yes, Chris G., you've been watching me for 16 years. 16 years. Make sure to make it on Sunday if you do that. Oh, sure. 7th, what are your thoughts on the DK Bonanza gameplay from the Nintendo Direct? I didn't watch it. The reason I didn't watch it is because I don't have a Switch 2 and don't intend to have a Switch 2 for at least a year, because I'm waiting for them to fix all of the F-ups that Nintendo has put into this hardware. Like people going out and buying used Switch games and plugging those used Switch games into their Switch 2 and Nintendo bricking their console for it. You've got to be kidding me. When Nintendo has fixed that kind of thing, because I have bought used Switch games before, then I will get a Switch 2. I'm not getting a Switch 2 in the earliest until I have confirmation that Nintendo will not be bricking my Switch if I put a used game in it. But even if they come out today and say, we're removing that, it was a big mistake, I'm still not buying one for another year, because there's just simply not enough that's come out for it that makes me want to have it. And still, no trophy system. So that's a big no for me right there. I want trophies, and they're not giving them to me. So why should I give them my money? 8th will eventually want it to play Metroid. That's really the only reason, because he doesn't really care for Breath of the Wild that much. He likes the older school Zelda stuff better. So, for him it's mainly Metroid, and outside of Metroid he don't care. from Clean Frame, do you think Fantastic Four will be as good or better as this Superman? I'm not thinking so. I could be wrong, but I'm not thinking so. Mainly because there's a couple of actors in it that I'm not too hot on. I will say this, though. Having already said that, it feels like the Avengers, this movie, to step out of, comparing it to the other Superman movies, this film is as good, not better, but at least as good as the original Iron Man, the original Captain America. It's better than the original Thor. It's certainly better than Captain Marvel. It's better than all the Ant-Man films. Need I go on? Yes, the Switch is supposed to be backwards compatible, but apparently popping in a Switch game that was originally registered on a different Switch will get your Switch 2 bricked. There's been a couple of reports of it at this point. Excellent timing on the Superman stream. Thank you. Yes, Pedro Pascal has been in everything, and I'm kind of tired of him. Hi, Rain. How's it going? I'm kind of tired of Pedro Pascal. I would like a break from Pedro Pascal, and I don't necessarily feel that he was even a good fit for Reed Richards, which that reminds me, I know I said earlier that Mr. Terrific was kind of a Tony Stark, but you could also say that he's sort of a Reed Richard, if not for the fact that he doesn't actually have any superpowers. All of his is like Tony Stark. It's tech-based, so he's closer to Tony Stark, but there is a certain Reed Richard level of genius to him. So, again, I would really like, for Mr. Terrific to get his own movie or get his own series or something. I really liked his character. Being better than Captain Marvel isn't really an accomplishment, but that's good to know. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. But you guys know how much I love the first Captain America movie because it was done by his last name is Johnston. I can't remember his first name. Is it Chris Johnston? It's something Johnston, and he was the director of the original Rocketeer movie. And so those two movies feel very similar. You could watch a double feature of Rocketeer and Captain America the First Avenger, and they would feel right at home with each other. And so when I say it's as good to me as Captain America, for me that's high praise, because that's one of my favorite MCU movies is the first Captain America. I love that movie. I've loved the nostalgic 40s vibe of it and whatnot. Oh, I'm absolutely sure that that Nintendo have lots and lots of class action suits in their future. Oh, by the way, Two hours remaining. We are $20 away from extending the show by 1 hour. And I appreciate y'all's donations. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. That's $30 more towards Eighth's table, which, by the way, also means that that's $30 closer to finally getting the new game room / game house tour that y'all have been wanting. You can't hang around. Why not, Rain? Am I not entertaining enough for you to stick around tonight, Rain? You know you can watch the replay later. I won't hold it against you. All right, well, like I said, you can watch the replay later. It is what it is. Let's see here. No, I follow my rules, JV. You're not getting an extra hour until another $20 comes in. Rules are rules. Remember, the last time I was here, going on 3 weeks ago, there were 0 donations. Nobody loved me. Vacation starts tomorrow. I just got off of my vacation a week ago. Had 9 days off in a row. I didn't do nothing. I sat around the whole time. Didn't go nowhere. Just sat on my butt. And that's going to happen again in October. I'm going to have time off in October. I'm going to have like a week off in October, the week of Halloween. I'm going to have the week of Thanksgiving off. And I'm going to have the week of Christmas off, Christmas and New Year's. So I've got 3 more vacations coming. Remember, I get a month off of vacation every year. And so what I do is I time it around actual paid holidays. So, I get the days that I choose to take off. Then I get the paid holidays, and then I get my weekends on either end of it. So even though I'm only taking like 3 of my paid days off, I'm getting a total of 9 days off consecutively. So it feels like this great big vacation, but I've only spent 3 of my paid days. That's how I do it. And so this past one was timed around the 4th of July. The next one will be timed around nothing because it's Halloween and we don't get Halloween paid off. Although I am taking the Friday after Labor Day off with my floating holiday, so I get 2 3-day weekends in a row in September. That's how I do it. That's how I roll. Because I've been with the company, it'll be 13 years next month, and so because of that, I get a month of paid vacation every year. Dang, another $10 from Box of Donuts. Thank you, Box of Donuts. Appreciate you. 7th, what do you think of Happy Tree Friends and Homestar Runner back in the early 2000s? I never watched... I watched a couple of episodes of Happy Tree Friends. Wasn't a big fan. It's like after you've seen a couple of episodes of it, you just get desensitized to all the blood and gore, and then it just, wow, there's not really anything interesting happening in the show, is there? And I never watched Homestar Runner. Never was into that at all. During the early 2000s, man, I was working a full-time job and going to college full-time so as to better prepare myself for, the coming of the Great One. So I didn't have much time to do much of anything during those days. I do the same with my vacation paid holidays. That's the way to go. You get 5 weeks a year, or you're doing better than me. Our company caps at 4. I'm not allowed to take more than 4. I get 4 paid weeks, and then I get a floating holiday. But I have effectively unlimited sick time because I'm salaried, and I'm considered like low-level, like entry management type of thing, like, team lead. And so because of that, otherwise you get like 5 paid sick days a year. But for me, because I'm salary, it's unlimited as long as I don't abuse it. And I don't abuse it. If I call, because I work from home, so there's already not that much point in calling out sick. You're already here. But there are days where I absolutely don't feel like turning on the computer and doing nothing because of all the health problems I have. And so I do use paid sick time on occasion, but I don't abuse it. The ones I love are the guys that call out sick at least once a month, and it's always on a Monday or a Friday. Those are your alcoholics, kids. Anyway. You'll look into it, Mr. Clean. Okay. You're a government worker. Oh, okay. 7th, have you ever considered starting another YouTube channel where you could talk politics? No. The company I work for gets a cap of 6 weeks vacation, but that's after 22 years of working there. Well, for all I know, if you got up to like, I don't think hitting 20 years would make a difference here, but for all I know, maybe if you get up to like CIO level or project manager level, maybe they get more. I don't know. But when I'm already effectively only working 11 months out of the year, I feel like I'm doing pretty good. I take some time off in the spring. I take off 1 week in the summer, usually, and then the rest of it is like fall, winter. And I don't take off anything from January to like March. It's from April on. I work January, February, March all the way through. My video game club has played Chrono Trigger, Psychonauts 2 and 3, Devil May Cry 4, Castlevania 5, Last of Us. Do you think this has been a good crop of games so far? Seems like it, but I'm not seeing any 8-bit stuff in there. You disappoint me, Clean Frame. You disappoint me. Did you see the Ghost of Yotei or Yotai or whatever the hell gameplay showcase? No. 8th watched it and said it was very impressive. I have not watched it. Do you like hot dogs? It depends, man. It depends. If I'm in a rush and I need to make myself a quick meal, that's one of the easiest things to do is just take a hot dog out of the freezer, slice it down the middle, nuke it for 2 minutes, throw it on a bun, squirt some mustard ketchup, hum, nom, 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 and go on with my day. It's one of the easiest meals I can make. My preference when it comes to a hot dog is either to, which, there are certain things I can't eat safely anymore. A foot long covered in chili, grilled hot dogs, like out on the backyard, backyard barbecue grilled hot dogs. Love those. Big, juicy ballparks, with that I like. I'm not a big fan of sauerkraut or any of that kind of mess, but do like to have chopped onions on my hot dog. I'm just not that big on like sauerkraut or any of that kind of stuff. Will you be getting Ninja Gaiden Ragebound? VGP, I'm not sure who that is, has a physical version on PS5. Depends on if I had to pay for it up front when I pre-ordered it. If so, then no, because I don't have the money for it, because I'm raising for 8th's gaming table. No ketchup, sacrilege. Well, I come from the South where ketchup is good on everything. I was the type that would, boil noodles and put ketchup on them because I didn't have the money to afford actual ragu. You know what I'm saying? Bacon bits ain't a bad thing, although, that's kind of like putting chopped hamburger on your hamburger, putting bacon bits on your hot dog. It's like, I like to have a little toe on my asshole. You're cracking me up, kid. I am following up my blue coconut slush with some unsweetened iced tea. See, my tongue's blue. Look. Ah. Blue coconut slush. Over the past 6 months, I've gotten to know Smurfette very, very well. Anyway, moving on. What else would y'all like to talk about? How about my snazzy Bruce Leroy Kung Fu Studio t-shirt? It's really nice, isn't it? I think so. I think it's very, very nice. All of a sudden, the questions dropped. Uh-oh. This is warning me that there's going to be heavy, heavy rain tomorrow. That's not good, because we've got a bunch of cardboard stacked out in front of the house that the town was supposed to come pick up and haven't come and picked up yet. Let's see here. Area flood watch. But is it really for me, or is it like west of me? Let me look. Since nobody's asking questions anyway. No, it shows that we're right in the middle of the supposed severe range. It's not a warning, though. It's a flood watch. And where we live is not considered a flood zone. Because we live right up the road from a big dam. And so when that dam starts to get too heavy, they just open it up and drain water into this big empty valley on the other side of the dam. So, well, now it says it's going to start raining in an hour. Well, I guess that concrete's going to I guess that cardboard's going to get soaked. Those dumbasses should have had this stuff picked up 2 days ago. You know, they made this big deal. Everybody put all your bulk and brush out on Wednesday because we're coming to pick it all up and get everybody caught up. They didn't pick up nothing. So now we've got 6 feet of stacked cardboard sitting out in front of the house, and it's going to get soaking wet. Hopefully it doesn't get I don't really care about wet cardboard, but hopefully none of it gets blown down the street. I don't want to have to deal with that shit. It says that there's a flood watch from 7 p.m. until 7 p.m. tomorrow. News to me. I mean, yeah, there's some thunderstorms going on right now, but they're all 30, 40 miles away from me. They're all northwest of me. So, I don't know. I guess we'll find out. That's why we drilled holes in the boxes, so in case it rained, it would just drain out of the box onto the street. Let's see here. My grandmother used to use ketchup in her homemade pizza sauce. You have rain tonight. Oh. Now, Rain. Do you have Fat Burger? Well, there's Fat Burger in America, but there's not Fat Burger in Texas, at least not that I'm aware of. I think they're in California. Platinum Battle Chasers a while back, you told me. Found out it used to be a comic book. I haven't read it. What movies has John Williams done the music for? Really? Well, Superman 2, Jaws, all the Star Wars, all the Indiana Jones, Harry Potter. I could go on. He's done tons of stuff. Another $10. That makes it 50 for the night. We have been extended by 1 hour. Your time has been extended. 7th, what did you think Black Sabbath last concert? Every heavy metal band was there. What do you think of Breaking Benjamin? I didn't watch that concert. I didn't pay for it. I heard that, he wasn't really on stage that much, and because of his health, he was having to sit through the whole thing. So, I commend him for still trying, but sometimes you got to know when to hang your hat, Breaking Benjamin is a favorite band in this house. Both me and 8th like Breaking Benjamin very much. In fact, one of the last live shows 8th went to was to see Breaking Benjamin live. So we are now going to 11 p.m. We've been extended to 11 p.m. We are $50 away from extending to midnight. John Williams did not do Inception or Pirates of the Caribbean, JV. Me and 8th have seen a re-release of Jaws, but Jaws actually was released in '74, the year I was born. So I didn't see the original release of Jaws. I have seen it in a theater, though. What's your take on respecing in games? Are you talking about like wiping out all your stats and reconfiguring them? Is that what you're talking about? I typically do one playthrough, one build. If that's what you're talking about. I don't normally change my build once I've started a run. So, if I build my character to be a tank, I tank it all the way through. If I'm going to go as a rogue, I rogue it all the way through. I don't switch halfway through. You were 8. Wow. Well, I can't really say anything. I always have been attractive to older women. What can I say? I had John Williams mixed up with Hans Zimmer when I was thinking of Inception Pirates. Okay. Ow. 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 Anyway. Excuse me. I mean, that is true, Rain. When I moved to Florida, I wasn't there but maybe 6 months before I got, cougared by a woman who was 10 years older than me. I was like 23 and she was 35, 12 years older than me. It's happened all my life. I mean, I didn't marry an older woman, but it's something that's been going on with me since I turned 21. I couldn't step into a bar and sit down without some cougar approaching. I'd hear it in, Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom. The cougar approaches. It just happened. I don't know. Yes, John Williams did E.T. And he did Hook. He did a lot of Spielberg. Yes, I mentioned that years ago. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I got a later start on the show. So I am a little bit drowsy, but it's nothing to be worried about. Nothing to be worried about. I'm drinking tea. I'll be all right. So what else y'all want to ask me about? Like I say, I'm here for... I'm here for another 2.5 hours. I'm here for another 2.5 hours. Maybe longer if no more donations come through. You never know. Stranger things have occurred. More like if you have enough points for your tank to do a shield bash instead of a shoulder tackle, would you respec to check out that move? No, not really. I'll start a whole other playthrough and try other move sets. I just pick what I pick, and I don't regret my decisions. I can picture the Cougars hiding in some bushes in the bar, waiting for 7th at the bar. Yes, they'd hide behind the artificial palm trees. You see their yellow, glowing eyes peeking out from under the plastic leaves. Oh, God. Thoughts on Helldivers 2 going to the Xbox? I don't know why they're bothering. Nobody's going to play it. What was the best milkshake you ever had? Ghirardelli's Ice Cream Parlor at Downtown Disney. That milkshake was so rich, it felt illegal to drink it. Expensive as hell. But man, it was worth it. See, they have an ice cream parlor at the movie theater that we went to. Looks like an old-fashioned soda fountain in the movie theater. That being said, we've lived here a year. We've gone to that theater multiple times. I've never gotten a milkshake there. We always head straight out the doors and hit the bathroom on our way out and then right to the parking lot. Never get a milkshake. I don't know why. That's just the way it goes. 7th, what is the best video game controller? Well, it's kind of, as far as console gaming, it's kind of hard to top the DualSense. Up until a certain point, I just have like favorite controllers of each generation, and sometimes more than one. So, for example, yes, I love the PS1 DualShock, but I also really loved the Mark II Saturn controller, even though it didn't have analog sticks at all. There was just something about that controller. It was very comfortable in your hand. Very ergonomic. I really liked that controller. Leon's Custard in Milwaukee. I've never been to Milwaukee. I've never been farther north than Louisville, Kentucky. So you are a fan of a good New Game Plus, is what you're saying? Yes. Yes. What about Jurassic Park? Oh, yeah, John Williams did the score to Jurassic Park, too. Yes. Yes. Another donation from Box of Donuts. Good Lord. What is up with you, Box of Donuts? Thank you. I'll give you another dollar bill. I actually owe you another one. So let me turn that off and turn it back on. There you go. 7th, were you in the theater when Star Wars Episode 4 came out in 1977? What's your favorite Disney animated film? Yes, I saw Star Wars Episode 4 in the theater in 1977. I was 2.5 going on 3, but I remember it because my memory goes back farther than normal people. I can remember being in my crib, just learning to walk. That's how far back my memory goes. And I can remember that I was so little that I had to sit on my dad's knee to be able to see over the seats in front of me to watch Star Wars. But I did see it. Of course, back then it wasn't called Episode 4. It was just Star Wars. But thank you for your $10 again, box of donuts. Appreciate you. Except at 7th, you're going 6 hours tonight. Not so far, I'm not. So far, we're at $60. John Williams versus Hans Zimmer in a DG battle. Who you got? John Williams. Don't get me wrong, I love me some Hans Zimmer, but I prefer John Williams. 7th, have you seen any videos from my retro? Of course I have. I've met Tyler. I've had conversations with Tyler. You know, we're not like next door neighbors or anything, but I know him well enough. I had Star Wars action figures and Star Wars play sets and all that. I didn't have a tremendous amount of them because, you know, my dad didn't make a whole lot of money, but he got me what he could. You know, I never had like the full-size AT-AT or any of that. I didn't have any of the bigger play sets. I didn't have the Millennium Falcon, but I did have Darth Vader's TIE Fighter, and I had Luke Skywalker's X-Wing, and I had the Dagobah little play set, and I had the Hoth Army base or whatever, and that's it. That's the toys that I had, and then a bunch of the action figures. But those were the only play sets. Oh no, I did have a AT-AT set, but it was the cheap one that had like a cardboard backing with a little plastic platform that it stuck down in. It wasn't the full size AT-AT. I always wanted it, but my parents could never afford it. I had some other. Oh, I had the Cloud City fighter, the one that had like 2 cockpits. I had the Cloud City fighter. I forgot about that. Yeah. A long ass box of donuts is here. I suspect you are. Princess Leia. I had Leia. I had several Leias. I didn't have the bikini Leia. I didn't have, you know, slave girl Leia. But I had Hoth Leia. I had original Leia. I had Cloud City Leia. Those were the 3 I had. Do you know if 8th is interested in Wu Chang Fallen Feathers? As I know he likes Souls games. Souls likes. I don't know. I think he's coming back into his room upstairs. I'll ask him. Can you hear me up there? No, I guess he went back in his room. He's not answering now. Or maybe he went to the bathroom. I don't know. If toys came to life like in Toy Story, who would have been the Buzz and Woody because you played with them the most? Probably my Optimus Prime and my Voltron. No, I have not played Death Stranding 2. 8th is currently working on the Platinum. He already beat it, and now he's working on getting the Plat on it. They wanted to know something. They wanted to know if you had any interest in a game called Wu Chang Fallen Feathers.
I mean,
Kinda?
but it's another Souls-like, and there's like a billion of them coming out.
Okay.
I can only play so many.
All right. 8 said there's already a whole bunch of Souls-likes coming out, and he only has time to play so many, especially when he's getting ready to start college next month. So his playtime is going to be cut down somewhat. So he has to be I guess what he's getting at, he's going to have to be more picky and choosy about the games he plays. And that one apparently is not super high on his list. $7 from Darkstar Angel. Just got back from the family meeting. Here you go. What was the last game that you got addicted to? Oh, Lord. 8th, do you have any idea? Remember what game I last got, like, really addicted to and just blasted right through it?
Tactics Ogre?
No.
Unicorn Overlord?
Unicorn Overlord. That's the one. Thank you. Yeah, I platted Unicorn Overlord. I played that one all the way through. Anyway, let me add that up there. That's $7 from Darkstar Angel. And so let me give you a dollar bill here. If I can get it to work. There we go. All right. So that's $67 so far. So we're what? $33 away from extending by another hour. Clean Frame said, ask 8th to hop in the chat. I got lots of questions for him.
I'm about to lay down.
He's about to go to bed. So sorry, Clean Frame. He's tired. He's had a long day. He's trying to get himself in the habit of going to bed at a decent hour for when he starts college next month. 7th, what's so special about Souls games? Don't ask me, ask 8th. Well, ask him some other time. He's going to bed. Have you finished Spider-Man 2? No. Are you going to check out the new Astrobot levels? Eventually, I guess. Right now, I still haven't finished Expedition 33. I finally started it, but I haven't finished it. I had intended to finish it on my week off, but I ended up getting tied up in other stuff. I had some like online classes I had to take for my job and things like that. I'm guessing 8th has to get up at 5 o'clock like I do when I have to work 8 to 5. No, he doesn't have to get up at 5, but he is next month going to have to start getting up to go to class. And on top of that, he's looking to try to get a job on campus so that he can go to his classes, work his hours, come home. How far have I gotten in Expedition 33? Not very far, really. I beat the boss. The last thing I remember doing is beating the boss in the level that was made to look like you're underwater. That's the last thing I remember doing. And so far, yes, Expedition 33 has been very good. It feels somewhat like a Square Enix game that might have come out like 2000, 2002, something like that. Another $10 from a box of donuts. Lord help, box of donuts. What are you doing? Another dollar bill for box of donuts. There you go, sir. Thank you. 7th, do you like Magic the Gathering? Do you remember in 1993 when it came out? And did you get alpha and beta booster boxes? Do you still play the game? I didn't get into it until around 1996, maybe 1995, 1996. My cousins got me into it. My late cousin and his brother got me into it. And so by the time I started playing it, they were at 5th edition. 5th edition had just come out. And so I had a lot of 5th edition, Visions, Ice Age, Weatherlight. You know, those were the primary sets Mirage. I had a lot of Mirage. Oh, Magic Powers. I beat Expedition 33. I liked it. The biggest issue I had was timing the dodge attacks can be a bit too hard to tell sometimes. I have an easier time with dodging than I do with parrying. Parrying is the one that I'm having a hard time getting the timing on it right. But I think some of that has to do with my TV because, I put aside replacing my TV so that I could replace 8th's TV and to get him this gaming table. My TV is 7 years old, and it's a 60 hertz refresh rate, but sometimes it feels a little bit laggy. So I'm definitely going with an OLED the next time I buy one. I just don't know when I'm going to be able to replace it. Probably not this year, maybe not even next year, the way things are going. But yeah, I spent a ridiculous amount of money in my early 20s on Magic the Gathering, and then all that ended when my company I was working for at the time relocated me from my hometown to Jacksonville, Florida. And when I moved to Jacksonville, Florida, I just had a hard time finding friends that played Magic the Gathering, and so I just sold my entire collection. Got a couple of grand out of it, and I was okay. I was content with that. Seven, thanks for liking my Medieval Platinum tweet. Did you like that remake and the original? It was all right, but I wish they had modernized the controls somewhat. It feels clunky compared to more modern 3D platformers, in my opinion. Box of Donuts trying to get that #1 fan title. Maybe so. Maybe so, JV. Maybe so. You never know. You never know. And we're at $77. $23 away from having to extend it to 11. Or extend it to 12. Sorry, we're already extended to 11. What's your Twitter name? At the 7th level. What was your most proudest plat? Probably Uncharted 2. Crushing mode on that game was terrible. What was your cringiest plat? Probably Mr. Masagi. Have you played Crisis Core? Yeah, I played it on PSP, and I have the remake from a couple of years ago. Wah, 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 wah. $10 from cereal and grape juice. $10 Canadian, but we don't fool with exchange rates, so I just count it as $10. Thank you, cereal and grape juice. Let me get you a dollar bill going there. There you go. From cereal and grape juice, who would win a fight between the Game Chasers and the two guys who told Shonuff to sit down and shut up in the movie theater? Why don't anyone that wants me to sit down and shut up come down here and make me? Catches bullets with his teeth. I think the two guys in the theater would win. Unless Billy tagged out and tagged in Timmy, Jay's brother Tim. Then they might have a better shot. Oh, magic powers. Thoughts on Zack compared to Cloud? I actually like Zack as a character more than Cloud. Cloud's kind of a boring character, really. Yes, I platted Hannah Montana. But I still consider Mr. Masagi more cringy because it's just a troll plat. You know, you just hit buttons until you earn all the trophies. It's kind of ridiculous. It's kind of like My Name is Mayo. It's not much more intricate than that. Glad you're safe from the floods. I heard it was really bad. Well, the worst of it was down south. And it happened on the banks of a river. I don't live anywhere near a river. I mean, there's a lake a few miles down the street from me, a couple of miles down the street. I've never been to it. Lake, I don't even know the name of it, but you know, I'm also right down the street from this big dam, this bridge. It's a dam. You have to drive across it. And on one side there's water, and on the other side there's just a big empty valley. And so, you know, if the water got too high, they just open up the dam, pour a bunch of it into that valley. It's because I had Sonic for dinner. But, yeah, I mean, even when there's been like tropical storms fly over here where a hurricane is weakened into a tropical storm and it's come over this neighborhood, it hasn't flooded here. Because on top of that, this neighborhood, all around it, has these big flood ditches where the water is supposed to pour into these ditches to avoid flooding the neighborhood. And the neighborhood is all like hilly. It's all up on an incline. And so, and this house is raised up. You know, the driveway, you drive up the driveway. It's not flat. So, you know, and on top of that, my backyard is on a downward slope. So anything that accumulates in the backyard actually pours to the right and pours under the fence into the neighbor's backyard next to me. So, you know, very unlikely for this neighborhood to flood. Very unlikely. Now, it is possible that there'd be enough water flow where all those boxes of cardboard I have sitting out there would float down the street. That's a possibility. I ain't looking forward to that because then I'd have to clean that mess up. I'm gonna leave them where they're laying today. If I get up in the morning and it says that it's going to storm real bad here, I might drag them back into the garage until the rain goes away. We'll see. Because, I mean, they were supposed to have already come and picked all this stuff up. So now, you know, I've got a bunch of my neighbors with boxes and all sorts of bulk stuff sitting in front of their houses and have been sitting there for 3+ days. When the ranking system first came out, you only gained ranks from the number of regular chats you did. Now super chats affect your ranking, so you can buy your way up to the top if you wanted. Yeah, but if that would actually matter to you, I can't imagine why that would actually matter to anybody. And once again, the questions have dried up. Guys, we have 2 hours left. Come on. Come on. right, box of donuts. Here's another dollar bill. Good Lord, son. It's a good thing Max 88 ain't here tonight. I'd be doomed. I'd never be allowed to get off of here. 7th, are you a fan of Tolkien and C.S. Lewis? What do you think of the movies of the books? Yes, I've read both as a kid. I like the Lord of the Rings movies very much. As far as the C.S. Lewis movies, I only liked the original Lion and the Witch and the Wardrobe film from, well, not original, but the first of the Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe that came out in the early 2000s. I liked that one. Pretty much haven't liked any other one that they've made. I didn't like Prince Caspian. I didn't like The Voyage of the Dawn Treader, and I didn't like any of the older versions of it, like the animated ones or the one the BBC made. I guess some people want to be number one at anything, even if you get nothing for being number one. Guess so. What's your next game? Probably the remaster of Lunar 1 and 2. Probably jump ship over to that next. I've been so busy at work that I haven't been gaming as much as I normally would because I just get tired easy. I get off work and I'm just kind of out of it, you know? Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze. I have it on both Wii U and Switch. And I mean, you know, it's okay. It's not the worst 2D platformer I've played, you know. JV Shota, I remember you mentioning you're not into fighting games much, but did you ever play Street Fighter 6? No, I haven't played Street Fighter 6 yet. I really didn't like Street Fighter 5, so I haven't attempted 6 yet. You know, if at some point I can get it for $20, I'll pick it up. Do you listen to anything while working, like podcasts, music, etc.? No, not typically. When I'm working, I want 100% of my focus on what I'm doing because my line of work is a line of work where it's very easy to make a mistake, and they want you to make as few mistakes as possible, and the fewer mistakes you make, the bigger your bonus is at the end of the year. So I do not do anything that will distract my focus. I don't listen to music. I mean, I did when I worked third shift back in the day, and I didn't have as many responsibilities. Then, you know, yeah, sure, I would, you know, put on Spotify and listen to some music or what have you. Bring some Blu-rays and watch some Blu-rays or something like that. Sure. Because you have to do stuff when you're working third shift and there isn't a whole lot of work coming in. You have to do what you can to stay awake because you're basically a tech in a glass case. You're there in case an emergency crops up. Have I played any King of Fighters? Back in the day, a couple. Nothing recent. Oh. Now I get to use this again. Two hours remaining, folks. 2 hours remaining. for the record, guys, you have my permission to not donate anything else because I'm not feeling too good. I probably shouldn't have ate Sonic, and if I had, I probably should have ate chicken instead of the double bacon burger that I did eat, because that's the first time I've ate a burger that big in 6 months. It's not agreeing with me very well at all. So, you know, you have my permission to, you don't have to donate anything else. Because right now, you're $3 away from extending me by another hour where I'd be here until midnight. As if the show just now started. So, you know, I could probably make it. I wouldn't be feeling too good when I did. So you have my permission to not donate anymore if you don't want to. It ain't going to hurt my feelings. Did I ever play Seaman on the Sega Dreamcast? Seaman on the Sega Dreamcast. Well, yeah, because, you know, the Dreamcast was an off-white console. So your semen was going to be a lot less visible on it than if you put semen on your Sega Saturn, you know? Did you watch Jurassic World Rebirth? I did not. No, I'm a few hours away from that kind of a bathroom break. A few hours away from what you're thinking of, AKL Max. This is like right here. Just something pressing like that right here. It'll go away eventually. It'll go away eventually. I know it's an actual game, Chris. I was being facetious. I'm priceless. In fact, I have the game you're referring to, the Dreamcast game, on my shelf over there as we speak. I don't have the microphone for it. I'm missing the little microphone, but I do have the game. I had it when it was new. I was not overly impressed. Talking to George Takei the fish was not exactly my idea of entertainment, but you know, everyone was talking about how great and innovative it was, so I bought it and I hated it. Who would win in a fight, Max Payne or John Wick? John Wick. It's entirely likely that Payne would never even have a chance to realize Wick was there. Don't get me wrong, you know, Max Payne's a badass, but he's not a John Wick. Not at all. I need me a new hat. I need to go Walmart, see if they got any mossy oak ball caps. I need me a new one. Well, since I'm here for a while, and people aren't asking questions, maybe I can show some pictures. Would y'all like to look at some pictures? Oh, Lord, donut. Another $10. 7th, don't go to midnight. What do you think of live-action Street Fighter movie coming in 2026? What do you think of the video games? I actually kind of liked Street Fighter, the movie, the game. At least certain versions of it. and I liked that original movie because of how dumb it was. I'm not excited for the new movie. Let's see. This is a picture that was taken of my dad the year that he died. So he is no longer the kick butt and take names police officer that he was. He's a broken old man, but let's see if it'll focus on him. There he is. That is my father at age 60. That was taken in Future World at Epcot Center in September of 2003. We had taken him there for his birthday. It was his, if I'm wrong, it was his 61st birthday. And we took him there. And if you look in his right hand, we're parked where we are because that was the smoking zone at the time at Epcot, and he is smoking a cigarette. That was what my dad looked like by the time the good Lord took him. Let me see here. No, you don't need to see that one. Remember how I've talked about how 8th got so sick when he was 3 months old that he almost lost all the way back down to his birth weight and he had to have surgery on his stomach? This is what he looked like the day we took him to the hospital to get his surgery. And I'm trying to get the... See how sick he looks? Look how little he is, and he was 3 months old. He had lost all the way back down to his birth weight at 3 months. And at 3 months old, he had to have his stomach cut up on. Yeah. Let's see here. Looking for pictures y'all would actually care about. No. Most of this is a lot of scenery pictures. My ex-wife, loved to take pictures of scenery. You know, none of us would be in the frame. It would just be like, a street in the Magic Kingdom or something like that. Or parade floats. That kind of thing. And so, lots of pictures in here that don't really show anything interesting at all. Bunch of pictures of, baby 8th, toddler 8th. That sort of thing. Like, here's where 8th got a drum set for Christmas, and so he's sitting in front of the, if I can get it to, it's very shiny. He's sitting in front of the Christmas tree with his little toy drum set. Hi, Fat Joe. What's your opinion on the character that shows up halfway in the story of an RPG? It depends on the character. Sometimes they're good, and sometimes they get on your nerves because you think, oh, God, here's another character I'm going to have to level up, because sometimes they don't start them out at the same level that all the other characters are currently at. Some RPGs do that, and some of them don't. And that's irritating. Here is 8th dressed as Buzz Lightyear getting hugged by Buzz Lightyear. I remember I was a cast member there, so, I wore this badge and a lanyard around my neck so that the characters would see that badge and know that I worked for Disney. And so, they would spend more time with 8th than they would with regular guests. He was very popular with the characters. Mickey Mouse taught him how to walk. Mickey Mouse picked him up off the feet by his hands and walked him around this restaurant we were having dinner at that night until he just let go of 8th's hands, and 8th was doing it on his own. Well, there's from 8th's birth. I'm not going to show that and embarrass him because he's naked. And you'd see how well endowed he was for a baby, so I'm not going to embarrass him and show that. That wouldn't be right. No, that wouldn't be right at all. Plus, some perv out there. That wouldn't be good. Can't read it, but this is a picture of where my dad's buried. He's buried in a niche. He was cremated, and he's in one of these niches. Bunch of pictures of Mickey's not so scary Halloween party. Nothing y'all'd care about except for maybe this. Y'all might like this. This is I don't know if it's rare or not, but it is a Kingdom Hearts postcard that was bought at the Magic Kingdom. This was when you could go to Tomorrowland and they'd have characters from Kingdom Hearts walking around in the park. So you could meet Sora and a bunch of other characters, and they would give you this postcard, and there was other postcards you could buy, but that one they'd give you. Now this isn't 8th. That's me. That's baby me, and I look just like baby 8th, but I'm not. That's baby me. What is this? That's some animals at Animal Kingdom. Just some more crap pictures my wife took, my ex-wife. Ain't gonna show that. Ain't gonna show that. The wedding picture. Ain't gonna show that. Nope. No. Nothing interesting there. Nothing cool there. I know I must have stuff that's more interesting to look at it than just a bunch of animals at Animal Kingdom and stuff. I really ought to throw all those away and just keep the cool, interesting pictures, but she already got so many of our pictures when we divorced that I don't have that much left, just one little bag really, and so I just keep them all there, whether they're really worth it having or not. Like, I mean, here's a picture of people we don't know feeding dolphins. Now, why did we need a picture of people that weren't there at SeaWorld with us feeding dolphins? I'll never understand it. I'll never understand it. No, I've never thought about enlarging any of them. Now I regret not going to Disney World to get those Kingdom Hearts postcards. Yeah, I don't think you can get them there now. You had to kind of be there maybe if another... What the hell is this? Oh, that's at the beach. This is 8th as a baby walking on the beach. See that little person to the right middle of the picture? That's 8th with his little sun hat walking on the beach from when we lived in Florida. For those of you who are into Christian rock, this was a guitar that belonged to Bob Hartman from Petra. I took a picture of that Petra guitar at the Hard Rock Cafe at Universal Studios in Florida. Okay. Yeah, this is not. This is just another postcard, but it's a MGM Studios postcard from back when they still called it MGM Studios. No big deal. This is a picture of the Contemporary Hotel, circa around 1983. It's where we used to stay back before it started costing hundreds of dollars a night to stay there. When I was a kid, you could stay there for like $50 a night, which back then was expensive, but my dad could afford $50 a night. It's when it started getting over $100 a night where we started staying at like the Holiday Inn from then on out. Do I have any framed pictures? No. These are just photos I have loose in a bag. Loose in a bag. Lots of pictures from frickin' SeaWorld. Now, if you remember in the past when I've talked about how Toddler 8th had a stuffed talking Stitch plush, and he called it his Stitch Baby, and he carried it around with him everywhere. It was basically his teddy bear. There is 8th with his Stitch Baby. Right there. We didn't get him that at Disney World. We got it for him at the World of Disney store at the mall. Back when, you could still see a World of Disney store in every mall. And that was his Stitch Baby. And he loved that thing, but one day, his mom did something that made him really mad, and he went stomping into the bathroom and threw his Stitch Baby in the toilet. And that, of course, we tried to dry it out at least, but it killed whatever mechanism in it made him talk. That wouldn't dry out. He broke it. And by that time, the Stitch Baby was no longer on the market. You couldn't get it anymore. Now, back in the 70s, I don't know if they're still there, but back in the 70s, they had topiary animals in front of the Contemporary Resort. Well, down in the grass to the left of the Contemporary Resort Hotel, and you could go down there and pose with them. And so these are from the 70s. These are some of my family members standing with some of those topiaries. And you see that little blonde-headed kid that's right in the front? That is my late cousin, the one who accidentally broke his own neck a couple of years ago. He was in his 50s when that happened. He was maybe around 11 or 12 when this was taken. In fact, only 2 of the people in this picture are alive today. And that's this person right here, which is his older sister, my oldest cousin. And then over there is his younger brother, who is still alive, who is 1 year older than me. This is a picture of me when I was a ring bearer at somebody's wedding when I was 7 years old. And I didn't really want to be there. Part of yes, I have a Mr. Spock haircut. Because when my hair would get to a certain length and my mom didn't want to be bothered with taking me to the barber to get something done about it, she would Mr. Spock me. So I had a Mr. Spock haircut. There are some penguins for some stupid reason. Let's see here. This is 8th dressed as Dracula watching the Halloween parade at the Magic Kingdom at Disney World. Let's see here. Here is 8th with all of the candy that he got at Mickey's Not So Scary Halloween Party at Disney World. Now, you got to admit, that's pretty cool that the first several years of his life, he went trick-or-treating at Disney World, not in the neighborhood. Disney World. Rest in peace, seventh cousin. Yes, rest in peace, James. This was my Christmas tree in my family home when I was a kid. This is my house in Tennessee. Wasn't a very big house. It was 1,700 square feet, 3-bedroom, 1.5 bath. You can see that 80s wood paneling in the back wall of the kitchen there. But that was my that picture was taken in 1995, December of 1995. I was 2 years out of high school. I was still living at home. I didn't move out until 1998 because I promised my mom that I wouldn't move out until my grandmother had passed away. So I stayed. What was this? Oh, more SeaWorld. What do you know? Why do I have so much dadgum SeaWorld in here? Good Lord. So much SeaWorld. I don't really have any good pictures of my ex-wife. I threw out most of them. I only have one picture of her left, and it's from our wedding day. And like I said, I'm not showing it. Don't need some of the not so niceys that follow me on here to try to track her down and harass her when she's not much longer for this earth. That is from a show that doesn't exist at Disney World anymore. It was kind of like watching the Country Bear Jamboree, but instead it was like Mickey Mouse and a bunch of other characters. It was called the Mickey Mouse Review. And they moved it to Japan, and they replaced it with a 3D movie. So when you walked into Fantasyland, where Snow White's Scary Adventure and the carousel and all that was, it was that 3D theater where you'd watch the 3D movie. It used to be this. It used to be Mickey Mouse Review. So that picture is an absolute piece of history because it ain't there no more. It ain't there no more. And I don't even know if Japan still has it now. Japan might have shut it down too. That's entirely possible. Here's Aladdin and Jasmine at Epcot. Had to walk all the way to Morocco to find him. Because I had a little cousin who Aladdin was her favorite movie. And so I made sure to get her a picture of Aladdin and Jasmine. Let's see here. Pigeon Forge, Gatlinburg. The Great Smoky Mountains. That was one of the very first vacations that I ever took 8th on. Was to Gatlinburg. And one of the things I took him to was Dollywood used to have a VeggieTales live stage show. And so that was one of his first live performances he ever saw was VeggieTales. And between you and me, I don't think he ever actually gave a crap about VeggieTales. But his mom watched them when she was a kid, and so she wanted him to like them, so she made him watch them. Some of this is so dark because I'm sitting here in these shades, you know? Not the easiest thing. Not the easiest thing. This is 8th coming down a little kiddie water slide at Carowinds in North Carolina. North Carolina. No. This is a giant Madame Leota crystal ball at Mickey's Not So Scary Halloween party. Kind of neat. This is one of the weird celebrities you'd run into at Disney World just out of nowhere. Now, if you look at this picture, see this guy standing right there in the white shirt with the Mickey Mouse ears on? I don't remember the actor's name, but he was Leslie Nielsen's partner in the Naked Gun movies. George something or other. And he was the master of ceremonies there that day for their parade. So you never knew what celebrities you'd run into there. It's just really random stuff. You hear me talk about the infamous super intelligent Chihuahua named JD. This is JD towards the end of his life. It was his birthday, so he was getting a cupcake, and this was well after he'd been diagnosed with doggy epilepsy, and the medicine that he had to be on made him drowsy and tired all the time, so he became really, really fat. Well, there he is. See how chunky he is? But that was my buddy there. That was my favoriteest puppy ever, was JD. Smartest dog I've ever had. He was really special. I look forward to seeing him in the afterlife. Very much so. I know he's going to be waiting for me. And he's going to hop up in my lap, and I'm going to say, "Do you love me?" And he's going to say, "I love you." And then he's going to lick me all over my face. And that'll probably be the first thing I see when I open my eyes into the new world. Is his big, goofy face jumping up in my lap. Because he wouldn't have it any other way. He would insist on being the one to welcome me across from the void. Because when I would come home, even years after I'd moved out, and I wouldn't even be telling anybody I was coming. And I would drive up to the back gate where my mom and dad were living in Tampa at the time, and I would start walking up the back walkway, and I would hear him slam against the back door and yip, 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 and I'd walk up, open the door, and he had burst through the door, and he would do like a 3-jump up my leg and up into over my shoulder, and he would just perch upon my shoulder and just be licking the side of my face like just so excited that I was there. It's, some people say that, you're away from a dog long enough and they forget you. No, they don't. No, they absolutely do not forget you. What is this? Oh, this is some kind of a character meet and greet thing. Lots of pictures of 8th. 8th. I wish I still had the pictures of Mickey Mouse teaching him how to walk, but those were some that my ex-wife took with her. That's a picture of my grandmother. You've heard me talk about my grandmother, the one that nicknamed me Turd. That's my grandmother right there. And that's me on the floor. She's pretending to be a witch, and she was dragging me across the floor with a broom. I was about 3 years old there. And she'd say, "Come on, Turd, you're taking a ride on my magic broom." And she'd drag me around the floor. "How do you like my magic, you turd?" This is a picture of me using my cast member privilege to get 8th to ride in the front of the monorail. So he's riding in the front with the conductor, watching the trees fly by. That was one of the perks, was anytime I wanted, I could get him into the front. I didn't have to stand in line or anything. All I had to do was flash that badge and they'd come aboard. Another picture. Oh, well, this one doesn't show 8th's wiener, so I guess I can show this. Here's when 8th was born. There he is. Baby 8th. His wiener pleasantly concealed. Can't see it. He was 8 pounds, 7 ounces. Here is the proud grandpa with the new baby, and for some reason, fat JD in the frame. So there's my dad not long for this earth, holding the baby, and there's big old fat JD in the picture, probably thinking, why the hell are you holding me up off the ground? Can't you see I was sleeping? I sadly do not have any pictures of Dad in his prime. Back before I was born, when he first joined the force, he looked like Mad Max. He was thin, he was fit, he had this tight black leather patrolman jacket with his nightstick and his revolver, and he had stripes down the sides of his patrolman pants. And I mean, he looked like Mad Max in the first Mad Max movie, but without the shoulder pads. But my dad was very broad-shouldered. He didn't need shoulder pads. He did not need them. He had big shoulders all on his own. And I've got some pictures from his childhood, like this was his father's car, but I don't have much in the way of actual pictures of him from that time. They've all disappeared for the most part. I mean, I've got a picture of him holding me when I was maybe 3 years old. I've got that picture. I've shared that one on Twitter before, but here's where I went to see 1995. I went to see Gallagher live, and there's Gallagher standing on top of his thing that he no, this was actually March of 96. He's standing on top of the thing that he breaks watermelons on, or broke watermelons on. He's dead now. Dead as a can of Spam. Here's another picture of my grandmother. This was in our kitchen, my childhood kitchen growing up. Notice all that wood paneling in the back. No, hey, wait. No, this ain't at my house. This is at my friend Tom's house down the street. And they threw her a little birthday party. A little ice cream social. But still, notice all that 80s, 70s wood paneling. You didn't see it in the actual rooms, though. In my neighborhood, you only saw it in the kitchen. Not in any of the bedrooms or the living room or any of that mess. It was only in the kitchen that you saw the wood grain. I don't know why, but that's the way it was. This is a picture of my backyard growing up. That's actually where the fence is where my backyard ended. And so, just regular old middle-class 70s homes. 1,700 square feet, none of them all that big. But back behind here, up at the top of that hill, behind those woods, was the compound of that secret society I was telling you about, where we were always sneaking in there. It was back behind those woods right there. And it's still there. To this very day. Another picture of 8th at the Carowinds water park with his little sunglasses. He was maybe 3.5 there, something like that. 3.5 going on 4. Methinks. More pointless Disney World pictures. Oh, here's one. This is a picture of my mom. which that's something I've never showed y'all. This was taken inside a restaurant at Epcot in Future World that no longer exists. It was called the Electric Umbrella. And this would have been taken somewhere around 1990, I think. Doesn't have a date on it, but I think it was around 1990. But that's my mom right there. I know you say, your mom, that looks like a teenage boy. Well, it's not. She had had a hysterectomy a couple of years before, and she lost like a ton of weight and got down right at 100 pounds even on a 5'2" frame. And whenever we went to Florida, she always cut her hair short so that it would be not so sweaty on her. And so that's her. Not the best picture of her, but there she is. Let's see here. Do you think animals will talk like humans in the afterlife? I don't know. Let's see here. I need to catch up. I still see a lot of mullets around me. Did you have a PS1 at that time? It came out. Came out in Japan in '94. It came out in the U.S. in '95. Was that show like the Country Bears movie? Not like the Country Bears movie. It was like the Country Bears show. The movie is nothing like the show. Which dog breed is your favorite? Chihuahua. JD or Alex? I love Alex, but Alex is she's a little bit on the spectrum. JD was more fun to play with because he could learn more things than Alex. Alex is as sweet as can be, and she loves me to death, but she's not quite as fun as JD was. By the way, she's doing a lot better. We put her on this supplement that's supposed to be good for joints and cartilage and ligaments and whatever for dogs. And after a few weeks, she suddenly acquired the ability of popping her own kneecap back into socket by stretching her hind leg out straight. So she'd hike her leg out straight, kneecap would pop back into socket, and then she'd be able to run around and jump and play. And then eventually it pops back out, and then she just pops it back into place. So we haven't worried about surgery because it doesn't seem to be bothering her at all now, praise God. You know, I attribute it to those supplements, but I also attribute it to the fact that I was praying for her pretty hard. This is a picture of the first and only time that my father ever went to Animal Kingdom at Disney, because there's not a whole lot of shade at Animal Kingdom. You're mostly walking out directly in the sunlight, and he almost got sick from sun exposure, and so we had to sit in a restaurant for an hour with his shirt unbuttoned and a wet rag on top of his head, and he's looking at us like, what the hell are you trying to do to me? Now, like I say, this is well after his prime. And in fact, it was so hot when he got to Florida that year, he shaved his mustache off, so that the less hair he had on him, the better. So he's just sitting there with a wet rag on his head and his shirt completely unbuttoned. He's like, "What the hell, man? Why'd you drag me here?" That was taken maybe 5 years before he died. He was already going downhill at that point. And I know this, you're going to think this is 8th, but it's not. This is me. As you can see, me and 8th were very similar looking as babies. Here is 8th at the Tennessee Welcome Center. This was his first trip to Tennessee to see my homeland, the land of my peoples. That was taken the summer of 2004, the summer after my father died. So he was about 18 months when that picture was taken. Yeah, that's when we went to spread Dad's ashes. I'm not gonna show you that one. I'm not gonna show you that one. That very first picture I showed y'all, this was taken the same day when we took Dad to the Whispering Canyon Cafe for his last birthday. And here he is at the Whispering Canyon Cafe holding baby 8th. There was nothing in this world that made my dad prouder than when he became a grandpa. He would go out of his way to find any excuse to take this baby from me and take him out on the town. Even if it was just to walk him around in a stroller at the Walmart. He loved for people to come up and say, "Oh my goodness, what a beautiful baby." And he'd say, "That's my grandson." Yeah. Spoiled him rotten. Spoiled 8th rotten. Here's me and 8th in the ocean. That's my original 7th level tattoo. That's not the one I have anymore. I covered it up with a much more elaborate one. But that is me and 8th. I think that's Clearwater Beach. Not too far from where all the Scientologists are. Yes, indeed. Oh, you remember when I've talked to you? Hold on a second. Let me catch up here. Dogs lick faces to beg for food. Not my dog. Because my dog will have already eaten their dinner and I have no food to give them. And they will hop up on my chest and Alex will just lay her head right here against me and she'll just lay there, cuddle for a little bit, and then every so often she'll get up and she'll lick me. But JD would do it just because he loved you. Like I'd say, "Jay, do you love me?" "I love you." Slurp, 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 slurp. But you remember me telling you guys that I had a dwarf cousin. Y'all remember that? Well, here he is. Right there on the right there. That is Jason, Joey, and Jeffrey. Those are my 3 cousins. They lived in Nashville, about 3 hours from me. But every now and again, they'd come to Chattanooga to visit. And sometimes it would just be Jeff there on the right, the dwarf. And my uncle on my father's side would come and get me and say, "You want to come hang out with Jeff?" And it was really just a way to keep Jeff entertained while he was staying with his grandpa, because he was my uncle's daughter's son. And I loved Jeff to death. He was hilarious. He insisted he didn't want to be called a little person. He wanted to be called a dwarf. He'd tell people, "Lady, I'm not a little person, I'm a dwarf." And sadly, when he was about 17, he got killed in a car accident. He wasn't properly buckled. He was sitting in the front seat. He should have been in the back seat. And they slammed into something, and it threw him forward into the dashboard, and it broke his neck. Broke my heart, but I couldn't get time off to go to the funeral. My mom, who was still with us at the time, she went to the funeral, but I didn't get to go. This is 14-year-old me. Or no, I'm older than that in this. But this is me working with my dad in his ammunition reloading shop in our basement. And so he's showing me how to use his reloading machines there. And I've got a bright pink 80s era ball cap. And this was before they had disposable contact lenses, so I'm still wearing these big-ass glasses. But I'm maybe 14 or 15 there. I know Dad was already retired from the police when that was taken. Here's a picture of me on a Christmas morning playing with Star Wars toys. In fact, I think I'm holding that... I think that's the Cloud City fighter, and then I've got a couple of the action figures down on the floor there. And I'm wearing my Mork and Mindy pajamas. Mork and Mindy pajamas. Oh, here's another picture of Jeff. This was in my bedroom when I was about 16. This was before I moved into my parents' basement. Now, you'll notice he's wearing a bow-nose shirt. He's doing his impression of Michael Jordan. And you can see my York's New Wave rack stereo system behind him. And I've got a Metallica wall hanging, an Ultimate Warrior wall hanging, and there's my very first electric guitar, a PV Falcon Classic, and the PV amp that came with it. But there he is doing his Air Jordan impersonation, all 3 feet of him. And that was my little tiny bedroom that I had before I moved down to the basement. And you can see my little 19-inch TV with my big fat 1984 era VCR sitting on top of it. And right there in the corner, you see my director's chair. That's where my computer desk was. So I had just enough room for a captain's bed, my guitar, my stereo, a tiny TV rack, and a small desk for my computer. A very small room. That's one of the reasons why I moved to the basement as soon as my parents would let me get away with it. Yes, indeed. That's a friend of mine I grew up with. You don't need to see that. You've heard me talk about this. This is a bunch of my middle school friends right here. And they're all wearing Students Staying Straight t-shirts. This is where all of us were shipped down to Atlanta, Georgia in March, I think it was, of 1987 for an anti-drug convention. And Nancy Reagan was there, and she gave a speech and stuff. And, yeah, a bunch of us down there were chaperones running around in Atlanta, Georgia. It was a trip. Also, you've heard me talk about my super intelligent German Shepherd Caesar that was police trained by my father. And here he is sitting on top of his doghouse in our backyard. He was an incredibly intelligent animal, and he was a beautiful dog. Absolutely beautiful dog. He was huge for a German Shepherd, too. He was 8 inches between the ears. To tell you how big that dog's head was. Another picture of me and 8 at the Welcome Center in Tennessee. And that's about it. That's all I got in here. Sorry, guys. I thought I had some more interesting things in here than that, but I guess I don't. I think I have a photo album somewhere that has some really old stuff in it, like including a lock of hair from my first haircut that my mom saved, and there's a little notification from that the Chattanooga Police Department sent out when I was born to all of the officers, and it talks about how, you know, my dad's wife had a 7-pound 11-ounce baby boy, and it said, you know, mother and baby are doing fine, father is in shock. So I think that's in a photo album somewhere, but I don't know where that photo album is, so sorry about that. I hope I didn't bore you too much. That's about as personal as you're ever going to see me get with y'all. You know, like I've got pictures of my ex-wife in here and stuff, and I'm not really showing those. She wasn't ugly by any means. She looked kind of like short Drew Barrymore with maybe 40 more pounds on her than Drew Barrymore has. My wife was maybe 140 pounds. 140, 145. And so that's what she kind of looked like, was Drew Barrymore with a little bit more meat on her. But don't need y'all some of y'all, not y'all, but you know, someone who would watch this trying to track her down, so I'm not going to show those. Let's see here. I hope you're right, 7th, because even after 12 years, I never forgot my dog Bronx. Well, I promise you, he hasn't forgotten you. Dogs don't forget. Can't you believe that back in the old days, things like air, atmosphere, and places smelt and felt better with fans and stuff? I can remember air conditioning smelled different. Like, there'd be a certain smell of the air conditioning in my bedroom that smelled incredible. I don't know why, but it did. And air conditioning don't smell like that anymore. The only time you could smell air conditioning like that now would be like on Disney rides and stuff, when you're riding a Disney ride and you've just come out of the heat and their air conditioning hits you, it still has that awesome air conditioning smell. I don't know why. I can't explain it. Hi, Alaskan dude. Tried Marco's Pizza out of the chain pizza, probably best Pizza Hut. Been closing locations left and right. Yeah, Marco's is okay. Country Bears, Christopher Walken was in it. As a kid, it was funny. As an adult, it's okay. It's not as bad as people make it out to be. It's actually a really funny movie, mostly because of the fact that Walken's in it, and Walken plays it absolutely straight. Walken acts the shit out of that movie like he's in some serious thing. You know, like he walked into it thinking it was some other movie than what he's in. It's really bizarre. If you've never watched Christopher Walken in the Country Bear movie, you really need to see it. It's something else. Yeah, Dad got to enjoy being a grandpa for about a year. 8th was born in January of 2003. My dad died in January of 2004. So he got to be a grandpa for almost a year. And I was very proud of the fact that I was able to give him that year. Because at that point, it was the only thing that he had left that he was looking forward to in his life, was having a grandson. He wanted that more than anything. And so I was very proud of the fact that I was able to give him that before he left this earth. I haven't watched The Ghost of Yotai State of Play. 8th has watched it. I have not. Do I still talk to old school friends? Yes. Yes. I still talk to old school friends. Not that many, but a few. Mostly ones that grew up with me on that same street. I'm curious as to how you knew your dog's head was 8 inches from ear to ear. Because at one point my dad was so impressed with that German Shepherd that he was going to try to take him to dog shows. But it's my understanding that Caesar wasn't considered up to breed standards because he was so unusually large for a German Shepherd. So his dimensions weren't where they were supposed to be for him to be a good example of his breed or some crap. And that included having to have him measured. He was 23 inches tall at the shoulder, and they measured, and he was from the back of one ear to the back of the other ear was 8 inches. That's how big his head was. He was big enough that when I was 3 years old, I could ride him like a horse. My dad had like a makeshift saddle made, and I could sit on Caesar's back, and he'd walk me around the backyard like a horse. He was big for a German Shepherd. I mean, 23 inches tall at the shoulder. Not at the head, at the shoulder. So almost 2 feet tall at the shoulder line, and then there was his head on top of that. And his head was like great big. When he was a younger dog, if we ever had a wild feral animal that got loose in the neighborhood and was scaring people, all Dad had to do was let Caesar out of the backyard. Caesar would go track it down, kill it, and then Dad would call animal control and they'd come get the carcass. Because Dad knew that Caesar could take care of it faster than animal control could get there to try to catch whatever it was. The only time they made an exception to that was when it was a whole pack of them, and Dad let Caesar out to corner them, and he followed Caesar down to where Caesar cornered this pack of wild dogs, and Dad took his elephant rifle and shot the leader of the pack, blew it to pieces, and the rest of them scattered. And then Dad dragged what was left of the dog out into the woods, and that was the end of that. If you've ever wanted to see what would happen to a Rottweiler that gets shot with an elephant rifle, all that was left was the hind legs. 7th, you know you'll see your dog and family in heaven for eternity. Cool life story. Another $10 from Box of Donuts. Good Lord, Box of Donuts. Now, I know you are saying time extended, time extended. Box of Donuts has specified that he didn't want these counting towards me having to stay till midnight. Now, if Box of Donuts tells me, no, 7th, I've changed my mind, you have to stay till midnight, I will stay till midnight. But only if he tells me he wants to, or if somebody else donates $20 and says, no, 7th, you're staying till midnight. Good Lord. What are you doing, Box of Donuts? Donated like $80, man. Jeez. I appreciate you, but geez. Another dollar bill for a box of donuts. Good Lord. If Max88 was here, I'd really be screwed. That or Richard. Let me try to... have you tried snack wraps from McDonald's? I've had snack wraps. I preferred their big crispy chicken wrap that they don't make anymore. It used to be a value meal. I loved that thing. I used to get it for lunch when I worked on third shift. First question I meant was that things felt nostalgic and real and peaceful. Some older motels still have that AC smell. Like if you get a room at an older Holiday Inn. Yeah. Some of the hotels at Disney still have that smell. Like if you stay at the Contemporary, or you stay at the Polynesian. Heck, just walking into the Polynesian, you get that smell. I don't know why. You know, it's not because of the style of coolant, because all of those have been replaced with more modern coolant years and years ago, but still have that smell. I don't know what it is. This air conditioner doesn't have it. And this is a 17-year-old air conditioner, but it doesn't have that smell. There was a woman that died years ago and said that she could recall the doctors working on her in the room and came back. That is not an uncommon experience. There's been a lot of people that have experienced that. From Alaskan Dude, I'll try to see Superman sometime this week. Also, Happy Gilmore on Netflix in a couple of weeks. Yeah. Treat us for missing 2 weeks, 7th. No, because the last time I was here, nobody donated. So why don't y'all catch up for not having donated nothing 2 weeks ago? Treat y'all. What you talking about? What you talking about, Willis? Uh-oh, I'm out of fluids. What you talking about? Trying to raise money for my boys' gaming table, and you talking about treat us. Give it up. Oh, that kind of hurt. That didn't feel too good. How's 8th? I think he went to bed. I know this stream you don't want religion on there, but how do you explain the soul and brain, like in terms of dying or near-death experiences? Well, the fact that the fact that there can be no brain activity, but they come back with memories of stuff, that ought to tell you everything you need to know. And they have also already determined that there is a type of glow that emanates from a human body that is not heat. And when someone dies, that glow stops. I don't remember what spectrum it is. I remember reading an article about it 6 months ago. But it's not heat. It wasn't infrared. It wasn't heat. There is a light glow that comes from a living human, and when they die, that glow goes away. Oh, pop my neck. Pop of the neck. Pop of the. All right. 1 hour remaining. Thank you, thank you. Red Dead Redemption 2 first came out. I didn't like it, but second time I loved the beauty and the music. Well, I enjoy riding around in that game more than actually playing it. I like getting on horseback and just riding around and enjoying the scenery. I could sit for hours just roaming around, not getting into any fights, not doing any quests, just riding my horse around, just admiring the scenery. And supposedly they're going to be doing a remaster of it for PS5. So we can have even better, 60 frames and all that lovely stuff. If that's so, even though I don't like that game, I will buy it so that I can roam around and enjoy the scenery at 60 frames per second. Down to 19 viewers. I must be boring tonight. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm so sorry that I'm being so boring. Speaking of which, I still have my bottle of Contemporary Resort Hotel room scent sitting right here. I don't spray it over here though, because I don't want it going down into my computer vents, messing up my pooter. That didn't sound quite right. Ought to hurt something. Why are you telling me about the glow spectrum thing? Why not tell you about it? Yeah, Dutch was dumb. Dutch was the definition of insanity. Let's do the same thing over and over again and expect different results. Did you hear the rumors of Hulk Hogan being in a coma from his surgery? I've heard the rumors, but, I don't know whether to believe it or not. Because, his camp has come out and, shot it down. And it wasn't that long ago that they opened a version of that Hulk Hogan surf shop in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. And they said he had been there recently for the opening of that store. So, how could he have been there for the opening of that store if he's been in a coma from his most recent surgery? That being said, I have not seen him show up on camera saying, "Hey, brothers, I'm not in a coma, brother." So maybe he is. I don't know. Who knows? I just know that his public relations people have shot it down and said, no, he's not in a coma. He's just recovering from his surgery. I don't know. Yeah, Dutch had a plan, and he kept doing that same plan over and over and getting more people killed with it over and over. That's why the plot of that game was so stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid. That being said, I drank that blue coconut slush and I drank a glass of tea. So now I need to go wee-wee. So I'm going to go take a leak real quick. Wait a second. Ah, crap. Box of donuts. Good Lord, box of donuts. Good Lord, son. Unbelievable. Thank you, box of donuts. Here's another $1 bill. Seventh, what do you think of the Rayman games? Rayman 3 was the best for GameCube. Do you think Ubisoft will get bought out by Tencent? I mean, it's possible. I've heard rumors. I like Ubisoft and Rayman. I don't really like 3D Rayman that much. I prefer 2D Rayman. 3D was so-so. I mean, Rayman 2 was pretty good on the Dreamcast, but not one of my favorite 3D platformers. But anyway, I really gotta go pee. I'll be right back. Going to get me some more to drink. Hold on. All right, sorry about that. My eyeballs were floating. I feel about 5 pounds lighter and 2 inches taller. Lord help. No, it's not 170. Box of donuts, teach me your financial ways. What's the exchange rate between Canadian and American dollars? Trying to save up for an expensive trip. I have no idea. Xbox layoffs. The end of Xbox is near and it sucks. The 360 was good. Yeah, Xbox does appear to be on its way out. Or at least what we know, what we're familiar with historically as Xbox is on its way out. Yeah, I told y'all years ago that they would be the first to go towards being all digital / third party developer, publisher. And that's certainly the way they're headed. I mean, they keep talking about how they're going to put out another console. But I have a feeling that their next-gen console is going to be like the handheld they just announced, where it's just an Xbox-branded thing, like a Xbox-branded Steam box or something like that. So, hang on a second. I gotta message somebody real quick. All right. So, somebody wanted to know how much it's up to. Let's see. $127 is where we're at. $127. 7th, have you agreed with the past 3 or 4 games of the year? I agreed with Astrobot. I don't really remember what the other ones were besides that one. Man, my throat's... Yeah. You ever have that happen where you get like a... You feel like you've got a dry patch that just appears in one little spot of your throat? And it feels like the rest of your throat is lubricated the way it normally would be, but this one little patch all of a sudden gets dry and it makes you talk like that for a second. I don't know why that's happening all of a sudden. We'll keep that going then. We'll just keep the tea a-coming. Keep that tea a-coming. Now, if you'll excuse me. There. Now I'm more comfortable. Letting it all hang out. No, I'm kidding. Keep the questions coming, folks. We're going to be here a little while longer, at least. Come on, meow. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, yes, indeedy. And in case you were wondering where that puts us up insofar as the total towards 8th table, that puts us up to a total of $477 since we started this thing. So we are $550 away from getting 8th his table. Way to go. Way to go. We're almost halfway there. We're just 50 away from being halfway there. That's amazing, guys. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I wonder where. Hold on. What was I going to do? Oh, yeah, I remember. Hold on a second. I'm going to message 8th real quick. Let's see if I can get 8th to release Alex so y'all can see her. Because I know y'all have been asking about her. Oh, I'm going to see if I can get him to let her out so she can come running in here. I bet you get there real quick if you started at only... That would be a never fans, because no one wants to see my naked ass. I'm telling you that right now. Most people don't want to even see me clothed, much less naked. Let's see here. Hold on a second. Okay. All right. I love you too. Okay. Oh, you act like you ain't seen me all day. It's only been a couple of hours now. It's only been a couple of hours. Wasn't the 80s people had more hope in the world and USA, enjoying being happy, excited for the future, and this generation is not focused on minor divisional stuff. It was a lot different back then, yeah. Did you know OnlyFans was never intended to be an adult site? It was intended to be a place for celebrities to interact with their fans. Whoopsie. Hey, Alex. Hey, Puggy. You want to say hello to everybody? Look over here. Hey, look up there. Look up there. See up there? There's everybody. Okay. Okay. Oh, you're gonna... Oh, okay. All right. Okay. It's all right. Okay. It's okay. Grandpa's got you. Grandpa's got you. Lord, box of donuts. Man. 7th, are you ever going to get all 712 NES games? Have you played them all? I don't know if I'll live long enough to get all of them because I'm only a little over halfway there. I've got like 440 NES games. So I've still got a good ways to go. I'm just a little over halfway there. And no, I have not played them all. What you looking at over there, huh? What you looking at over there? You don't have to stay up here with me, you know. You could go lay on your bed. You don't have to stay up here with me. You could even hop up and sit in your dad-ass chair. You want to sit in dad-ass recline? No, you want to... Oh, okay. Okay. You don't want me to take you back to your dad-dad, huh? We can take you back to your dad-dad. No? Okay. All right. We'll stay with here. You can stay with Grandpa. Yeah. You can stay with Grandpa. This is what she likes to do. She just likes to press her face against mine and snuggle like this. This is what she does most of the time when she's with me. You know, she doesn't want to play. She just wants to press her face against mine and snuggle like this. Are you a good girl? Huh? Does Alex love her grandpa? Huh? Did you hear Dad doing something upstairs? Huh? Did your grandpa doing something? Or Dad doing something upstairs? What's he doing? What's he doing? I mean, he came down here and dropped you off. What more do you want? What more do you want, puppy? Oh, okay. Okay. Are you going to hide your face? Oh, more kisses? Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. I don't know why she does this, but she does. Have you ever eaten anything like dolphin or pig's feet? I've never had dolphin. I have had shark. I've had a shark steak once. And I've had alligator tail. And maybe one day I'll have chihuahua. Dun dun dun. Say, Grandpa, don't joke about eating chihuahuas. Okay. You're not a full-blown chihuahua anyway. You're half chihuahua, half pug. You're a chug. What do you think about that? Do you know you were a chug? Do you know you're adopted? Yeah, you're adopted. I adopted you. What do you think of that? Huh? Does that make you sad that you're adopted? Are you having a existential crisis now? Because I'm not your real grandpa? What you think? Huh? You don't know what to think of that? Well, you know what? I love you anyway. How about that? Alex is a good girl, isn't she? Alex is a good girl who loves her grandpa. You know, when you were a puppy and we adopted you, when you were a puppy, I could sit you right here on the desk and you would just stand there and watch me work. Because you could fit in my hand like this. And now look at you. 16 pounds. No, 15 pounds, because she's lost 2 pounds since she had her leg injury. She's lost 2 pounds. So we got to get her down by another 5 or 6 pounds to get to where she's supposed to be. Ain't that right, Puggy? Huh? Aw. You don't want to say hello to everybody? What did alligator taste like? Hard to say. It just tasted like alligator. It kind of depends on how they prepare it, because it's one of those things where they can make it taste like just about anything else. You want to say hello to everybody? Say hello. Okay. Do you want to get down? Do you want down? Huh? No? Okay. Well, I was going to let you lay on your bed if you wanted to, because I know this can't be super comfortable. Do you agree PS5 and Xbox hasn't been as fun as PS4 and previous? Yeah, a lot of that has to do with the fact that there haven't been as many games. I've been playing Borderlands 2, and I'm on the verge of playing OP levels after I grind out the DLC. Tell me about your experience with this game, 7th, if you don't mind. It took me a while to plat that one because there were some missions that you had to do within a certain time limit, and those were the only missions that were like keeping me from 100%ing the game. So I didn't actually plat that game until it was re-released for PS4, and then I finally got the plat on it. I was way OP in the original Borderlands 1 because I had ended up with somebody had gifted me a modded gun that killed everything in one hit, and I had already beaten the game by then, so I didn't see the harm in using it. But I got so OP that other people would join my game, and we'd go over to where Cromarax was, and I'd have them stay down at the bottom of the elevator, and I'd go up there and kill Cromarax, and they'd get all the experience for it, and then I'd let them come upstairs and grab all the guns they wanted. And so people would come to me when they wanted to max out their character. Ain't that right, Alex? Huh? Ain't that right? What you think? You gonna look at Grandpa? Look at Grandpa when he's talking to you. Hey! No. What are you looking at? Your dad's not gonna come down the stairs. He went back upstairs. She wanted to be with me. Now she wants to be back with him. You see how it goes? You see how it goes? I guess you decided that it wasn't as much fun sitting here while Grandpa talks to his computer as you thought it would be, huh? Huh. I think she also doesn't like it when I have to wear my shades. Because, when I'm just sitting with all the lights turned off and the only light in the room is the TV, I don't have to wear these. I can just go without them. But any other time, I have to wear them or I'll get a migraine. And so she's not that used to seeing me wear them this time of the day. I wear them when I'm working because, even with drapes over all the windows, there's still a lot of light that gets in this room. And sitting there with a laptop monitor right up like this, it can set me off. And so I have to wear them when I'm working. But when I'm not working, she's not used to me having them on. Alex, come here. Come here. What are you doing? Huh? What do you think of that? Okay. She's like a big baby. All right. You're going to act like a baby, I'm going to hold you like one. You know that, don't you? What does shark taste like? If it's cooked right, it tastes kind of like just a regular steak. It's kind of like tilapia. It's like you can make it taste like whatever you cook it in. So if you cook it in chicken oil, it's going to taste like chicken. It's the same thing with shark steak. Okay. All right. Okay. Come on. Come here. There you go. We'll hold you like a baby. Okay. This is how I used to hold your dada. Did you know that? Okay. I used to hold your dada like this. Only he was usually either wearing a stinky diaper or about to have a stinky diaper. You don't wear diapers. No, because you've been potty trained. You give me kisses? You give me kisses? Do you love your grandpa? What you think? Is Alex a good girl? Yeah, you are? Do you love your grandpa? Yeah, okay. Now, if I'd asked JD that, he would have said, I love you, and then he would have kissed me. She doesn't talk. She doesn't talk. Half the time, she don't even bark. I can't even teach her to howl. I've sat and tried to teach her how to howl, and she just won't do it. I'll sit there and I'll go, hey, Alex. I'll go, and she'll just look at me like I'm an idiot. I've showed her videos of puppies her size howling. She doesn't pick it up at all. She just ain't got nothing going on up here. Aside from the fact that she loves her dad and her grandpa. Ain't that right? Yeah, I know. I know, Puggy. I know. I'll rub that belly for you, though. Let me rub your belly. Yeah. Is that your favorite spot right? Yeah, there's your favorite spot right there. Yeah. What you doing? What you doing? You trying to control me with your feet? What you doing? What are you doing? Is that fun? Is that funny? Do you think that's funny? Okay, all right. You want to go back to... Okay. For some reason, she's fascinated with something behind us, so she wants to stare at it. Whatever. Whatever. Okay. All righty. What y'all think of my pupper here? She is about 4.5 years old at this point, and she's about 6 pounds overweight. She was closer to 9 pounds overweight, but she's lost weight since then. That's tea. You don't need tea. If you're thirsty, go get some water from your bowl. You don't need no tea. No, you don't. You watch it. If you don't watch, I'll send you back to your dada. You want to go back to your dada? No? Okay. Look at that big old gut. Look at that big old gut. You used to be so skinny. You used to be so skinny. We got to get the rest of that weight off of you. Yes, we do. Right now, you're looking more like a honey badger than a chihuahua. A honey badger that's fed very well. Look at them ears. Look at them floppy ears. You only got one that'll stand up straight and the other one's stuck floppy. How'd that happen? Must be the pug side of you, huh? You little chug. That's what you are. You're a chug. What? Go on. Go back to staring at nothing. That's okay. Like I told you, she ain't got nothing going on up here. She's not one of Earth's brightest dogs. But she's very loving and she's very loyal. And if I'm feeling sick, she knows it. She can sense when I'm getting sick. She'll come running down and jump up in my lap. She's sniffing around trying to find out what's wrong with me. That's the way she is. That's the way you are, aren't you? Yeah. She's a good puggy. But she's no JD. Okay. You sleepy yet? You want to go lay down on your bed? Huh? What do you think? You want to go lay down on your bed? No? I try to reach under her to tell her, we're going to put her down. And she just keeps moving and laying her head on my arm like she is right now because she doesn't want to be moved. Even though she can't be comfortable. She just can't be. Anybody have any remaining questions for me? Because nobody's asked one in a long while. Alex? Alex? Look at her ears. Alex. You little perp. Oh, come here. Alex, stop fighting me. Stop. She's trying to keep me from putting her on the floor. What's the matter with you? What's the matter with you? What's up with that? What's up with that? Why you look so sad? Why you look so sad? Cheer up. Cheer up, Buggy. You'll be alright. You'll be okay. If you didn't want to be sitting here with Grandpa, you wouldn't have asked to come in here. Has Alex ever had human food? She's had like the odd little piece of a French fry every so often, but not on a regular basis. Not on a regular basis. Oh, yeah. What you sniffing? I ain't got no food in here. What, you heard me? You heard me say French fry, didn't you? Yes. I see. I see the wheels are turning, Alex. I don't have no French fries, okay? I don't have no French fries. Did you ever play a game beyond its platinum? Yeah, I've played beyond the platinum. Like, I'd get the plat, and then there'd be more missions or more DLC, that kind of thing. And so I've played for the DLC trophies. On occasion. Hey, dear. See, she's got the one ear that'll stick up straight, and then that other ear stays perpetually floppy. That ear doesn't stick up all the way. Who's that dog right there? See that dog sitting there with the other grandpa? Who is that dog? You think that's you? Do you even know? Is that why you're scared to look that way? 'Cause it's freaking you out? Huh? I'll scratch you behind your ear. I'll scratch you right there. Oh, yeah, that feels good, doesn't it? Yeah. That was my foot, Alex. That was my foot. Do you want down? Do you want me to put you down? You want to go lay on your bed? Huh? Is that what you want? I'll put you down if you want. No? Sorry about this, guys. She is a very clingy puppy. She is very clingy. She would lay here all night long if I let her. If I let her, she would stay just like this. That or draped over my shoulder, one or the other. Box of donuts. Lord help, son. Even she noticed. 7th, is it true that grunge music almost wiped out rock and roll in the 90s? It almost wiped out. Actually put it up to 137. What it wiped out was hair metal. It pretty much killed hair metal for a long time. Well, not in Europe, but in the U.S. Hair metal has had kind of a resurgence, especially out of Europe, where it never really lost popularity. But yeah, grunge pretty much put an end to bands like Poison and Motley Crue and stuff like that for many, many years. What is it, Puggy? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. All right, baby. You know, eventually my arm's going to get tired, right? I mean, you're only 15 pounds, but still. Still. I appreciate you, box of donuts. Let me give you another dollar bill here. There you go. There you go. Well, at this point, we're $13 away from 150. So, you know, we got an hour and 15 minutes till midnight. So I'll just go ahead and stay till midnight. All right. I'm not doing till 1 a.m. But I'm feeling passable enough to where I can do another hour and 15 minutes for box of donuts' sake. So, but I definitely can't do till 1 in the morning. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm feeling too much of the pressure. What is it? What are you sniffing at? What are you sniffing at? What do you think you smell? You think you smell something? What you smell? You hear Dad moving around up there? Huh? Dad was probably just going to the bathroom, you know. He's trying to sleep. That's why he sent you down here. You know that, right? Don't you know that? What? What is it? What you see? What you see? Do you see my Xbox controller that I hardly ever use? Is that what you were seeing? The one that says kneel before 7th at the bottom. You don't... Was that what you were looking at? No? That wasn't it? Well, what was it then? What you looking at? You smell something? What you smell? It ain't food. No, it's not. Do you remember the days of Primus guides? Tell your experience if you got... I had a few Primus guides, but the only ones I ever had were for JRPGs where I was trying to find all the best weapons and gear and stuff. That's the only Primus guides I ever had. Like, I remember distinctly having one for Final Fantasy X. I didn't collect them, though. I'd only buy one if I was having trouble finding particular things I was looking for. Because, of course, you know, the only place you had to look online at the time was GameFAQs, and sometimes they'd have what you were looking for, and sometimes they weren't. Goldberg retired tonight. I thought he was supposed to be fighting that German guy at the next pay-per-view or something. Was that pay-per-view tonight? Did that German guy beat him? He built all that up just to get for the German guy to kick his butt? Oh, what's the matter, Puggy? What's the matter with that Puggy? Huh? What's the matter with that Puggy? Do you dislike game cases as they have gotten smaller over the years? No, I think they're fine. You know, DVD size cases are fine with me. You got Billy's time slot now? No, I've just you know, I've made donations, so I started an hour later and I've had donations, so that extended the length of the show, Maxim. HW fought Gunther tonight and he lost. All right, so he was doing the favors on his way out. That's traditional, so that's good. That's good. That's what he's supposed to do on his way out. Just like Ric Flair did, and then turned right around and wrestled in another promotion for several more years. Because he's horrible at managing his money. What's the matter, baby? What's the matter with that puggy? What's the matter with that puggy? You want to go lay down on your bed? Huh? You want to go lay down on your bed? No? You want to stay up here with Grandpa? What you think? I'll put you down if you want. I can put you down to go lay on your bed. You can play with your ball. No? Okay. Okay. Poor little puggy. You're all right. You're okay. He got tired of being called Oldberg. I can understand that. He never did take too well to audience trolling. I don't think anybody ever taught him how to deal with that. I don't think that was something that they prepared him for in the locker room was, fan trolling. What? What? What you smell? What you smelling? You smell something funny? Want me to put you down? Huh? I can put you down. What you think? No? Okay. Box of donuts. Lord help, man. You don't have to pay every time you comment, I answer questions whether you pay or not. Here's another dollar bill. 7th, you can end the stream in 15 minutes. Is Bungie done? Do you think Sony's going to close them? I think it's a very strong possibility, Donut. I think it's a very strong possibility that Sony is going to put the kibosh on them because they haven't been profitable for them ever since they bought them. Alex, why don't you go lay down in your bed if you're sleepy, huh? Why don't you go lay down in your bed? You don't have to sit up here with me. No, you don't. No, you don't. Silly puppy. Yeah, but Box of Donuts, I already told them that I'd stay for another hour. I already told them. And plus, we're now just $3 away from that, so I might as well just do it. It's okay, Puggy. It's okay. Grandpa got you. Grandpa got you. Oh, what? What is it? What is it? Drew McIntyre defeated Randy Orton. Okay. 7th, what are your thoughts on Sony porting their games like Helldivers to a dying I don't really know why that is. And plus, I know they own the IP for Helldivers, but it's my understanding they don't own the studio that makes it. So, I don't know. I don't know why they would put it on Xbox when they know that, people aren't going to pay for that. Oh. You're okay. You're okay, Puggy. Once I scratch your nubbin, huh? I'll scratch that nubbin. Don't think anything nasty. The nubbin is the little area right above the start of their tail. Right there. Nubbin. Nubbin. Dogs love to be scratched there because she don't have fleas, but that's one of the most common places for fleas to gather when there's an infestation, is they'll bunch up in the thick fur at the base of the tail. And so it just becomes, even if they don't have fleas, it becomes like one of the dog's favorite places to get scratched. And so She loves to have her nubbin scratched. There you go. There you go. My arm's going to go numb. You know that, right? You know that, right? Yes, I love this silly little dog that's actually supposed to be 8th's dog. I bought her for 8th, and for the first good while that she was with us, she spent most of her time with 8th. She slept in 8th's room. She ate in 8th's room. She hung out with 8th for the most part. Oh, Lord. Vengeful Cowboy, $3. So that should put us up to an even $150. So, yeah, I'm staying for another hour. Thank you, Vengeful Cowboy. You get the dollar bill. There you go. So, we're staying till midnight, lads. We're staying to midnight. Do you want to tell everybody thank you? Come here. Come here. Come here. No, I'm not putting you down. I'm not putting you down. Don't worry. Look here. See there? Look at the people. Say hello. Here. Say hello. There you go. There you go. All right. All right. All right. There you go. I got you. I got you. You're okay. I'll scratch your belly. I'll give you some scratchings under the belly, huh? There you go. When I'm sitting over there playing video games, or I'm working, or whatever, I'll put my feet up in the recliner, and she will hop up and lay down between my knees. And unless she has to go to the bathroom or she wants something to eat or drink, if I let her, she will sit in that spot for hours without getting up, without doing any exercise or anything. So I don't let her sit up there for too long, but she also likes to sleep there. She's supposed to sleep with her dad, but sometimes she likes to sleep with me. She'll get right between my knees and just lay there. And if I go to bed, sometimes she will fight to be in here with me. So, yeah. You went through a 2-week 7th withdrawal, huh? That sounds like a heck of a thing. Goodness gracious. That's not good at all. No. No. Flood watch is still in effect until 7 p.m. tomorrow. Well, that's not good. That's not good. Let's move this over here. Yeah, it still has us in like the severe watch area, even though we do not live in a flood zone. And that's not what they were saying earlier in the day. Nearest rain from me is 31 miles away, but yet I'm in the severe watch zone. And the nearest rain is 30 miles away from me. Looks like over to the west. And it looks like it's gotten farther away from me than it was the last time I looked at it. It's not getting closer. It's getting farther away. Well, all right then. Let me close that window. That's awful bright. There we go. Would Family Matters be a better show without Urkel? I don't know that it would have lasted long without Urkel, because it was kind of a generic family sitcom before Urkel came around and made it so different. I really don't think it would have survived that long, to be honest with you guys. Okay, Puggy. Oh, you're all right. You're okay. We don't let her play fetch with her BALL as much as before because of her leg. Because, you know, this is mostly imitation wood tile flooring in here. And so I would throw the ball and she'd go running down the hallway. And if the ball bounced on something and took a left into the bedroom, she would try to turn on a dime to follow it and she'd end up sliding. And sometimes when that would happen, if she tried to take that turn too fast and she tried to slide like that, one of her legs would fold under her and she'd fall on her own leg. And so I'm afraid of letting her play fetch in here for fear of that happening again. And I've tried to take her outside to play fetch, but if I take her outside, she won't play. She just walks around and sniffs stuff and then goes back inside. She don't really like going outside much. She doesn't like to go on walks. She likes to sit in front of the back door and watch the birds, and that's about it. But she doesn't like to actually go outside. She likes to stay indoors. So, I mean, we have to keep her exercised by having her walk around, and we have little other toys that we try to play tug of war with her and whatnot. But it's hard to get her to exercise because she doesn't like to go on walks, and she doesn't like to go out in the backyard. I'd let her play out in the backyard, you know, for at least 30 minutes a day. She ain't going to get too hot out there because our backyard has three great big trees that would keep her shaded from getting too hot. So, you know, she'd be all right out there for about 30 minutes, but I wouldn't want her to be out there any more than that. But she won't even do it. Good Lord, box of donuts. What'd you do, win the lottery this month? I mean, thanks, but Lord. You're starting to be like Max88. Are you Max88 under a different user ID? What's going on here? 7th, what do you think of Tom and Jerry? Looney Tunes and Woody the Woodpecker. I watched all of those as a kid. I would say out of the three of them, I mean, I know there was some racially questionable stuff that the Looney Tunes did, obviously, but I think there were so many of them with Tom and Jerry that haven't aged well because, you know, they were living with a racial stereotype for so many of the cartoons. Woody Woodpecker I didn't watch as much because he wasn't on as much. Woody Woodpecker usually showed up as just an accompanying cartoon of the Mighty Mouse show. And not the John K. Mighty Mouse show, but the older Mighty Mouse shows. I used to love Mighty Mouse when I was a kid. But, I mean, you know, Woody Woodpecker was okay, but kind of annoying. So I didn't watch Woody as much as the other ones. Looney Tunes I adored. You know, I loved the Easter one with the little ginger brat, you know, I want an Easter egg, 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 I want an Easter egg. I want an Easter egg. What do you think? I want an Easter egg. I want an Easter egg. I want an Easter egg. You don't want to give me an Easter egg? Huh? Did that scare you when I go, I want an Easter egg. I want an Easter egg. I want an Easter egg. Does that scare you? Because it doesn't sound like Grandpa? Okay, Grandpa, stop. Grandpa will stop. Weirdest little things will weird her out. Good Lord, box of donuts. Do you have any idea how much you've spent on me? You've spent $130 on me. Box of donuts. $130. That's like Max 88 money, for real. Your stocks must have come in or something. Good gracious. I've been friends with the Game Chasers for years, and the only time I ever donated donated money like that was when they were getting their movie made. And it's not like I gave them $1,000 or anything. I donated $250 to help get their movie made. Lord help, box of donuts. I level up that gives you a refilled life bar and refills your special is such a clutch feeling, isn't it? Yes, when you level up, and especially when you're playing a game where you're out of health potions, you're almost out of life, you're about to die, and then you kill that one guy. You kill that one guy that levels you up, and then suddenly you have a full life bar again. It doesn't get any better than that gaming-wise. You think it's Max 88? You hear that box of donuts? Everyone thinks you're Max 88. I don't know, man. You're spending Max 88 levels of money. And I don't really remember this box of donuts user ID before today. Maybe I'm just getting old. What in the wide world of sports is going on here? We still got 57 minutes left. What you think, Alex? What you think? Do you think box of donuts is really Max 88? Could that be possible? Is that even feasible? What you think? Huh? What you think? Oh, you're just going to press your face to my face? Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. It's going to be okay, Puggy. It's going to be okay. Do you want to get down? You just going to wag your tail? You want to get down and go lay in your bed? Huh? No? Okay. All right. 7th, I bet before you got on tonight you thought it was going to be a quick couple hours and done. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. That's what I thought. What is it? Of course, it's not the most I've ever made in one night. The most I ever made in one night was like $473, and it was because two people just kept competing with each other to see who could donate the most. And it was Chris G here and some other guy. I don't remember who the other guy was, but one of them was Chris G here. It was 2 or 3 guys, and they were all like competing to outdo one another. And then before I knew it, I was like, I did an 8-hour stream that night, and man, was I hurting when that was over. My back hurt, my ass hurt, my neck hurt, everything hurt. You're okay. You're okay. You're a good girl. Yes, you is. Grandpa's Puggy. Hmm? Yeah. Uh-oh, here's Richard. Stay till 1. We'll get there at this pace. We are not going to get to $400, Chris. Come on now. What's up, Richard? Box of donuts is making you look bad, son. He's donated like $130 tonight. It's okay. It's okay, Alex. It's okay. It's okay. Who wants to donate $50 for this little puppy to get a new bed? I'm kidding, guys. I'm kidding. She don't need a new bed. She don't need a new bed. You don't need a new bed, do you? You don't even know what a bed is. You like to just sleep between my knees half the time on my recliner with no blanket. Silly puppy. 7th, we're halfway there and Richard hasn't donated. Yeah, and Max 88 ain't even here. And even if they did, I don't know if I could physically last till 1 in the morning. Come on, guys. Y'all killing me now. You're trying to kill your 7th. They're trying to kill your grandpa. They're trying to kill your grandpa, Alex. Doesn't that make you feel bad? They're trying to hurt your grandpa. What you think, huh? You don't want grandpa to get hurt, do you? Look at him. Look at him over there. Trying to hurt your grandpa. Does that make you sad? Does it make you sad that they're hurting your grandpa? What do you think? What you gonna do? Are you gonna go back to Dada? Huh? Is that what you're gonna do? You gonna go back to Dada? No? You wanna stay with me? Well, okay. Good. I can't be the only one giving a grown man toys all around this house money, lol. I guess that's a no from Richard, Chris G. He don't have it tonight. And it wasn't for giving a grown man toys. We're still raising money for 8th's gaming table for upstairs. After tonight, we're still about $500 short, somewhere around in there. Let's see. Good lords. $10. I am not Max. I'm a kid I'm just a kid that's seen you September 2009, seen you with the console war days, and I did have another channel. It was Husky a year ago, and I donated $27 to you. I think I vaguely remember a Husky user ID. But you can't be a kid if you've been watching me for 16 years. You've got to at least be like in your 20s by now. So, I mean, you're a kid to me, but are you guys getting into Warhammer 40K? 8th wants to, but, you know, it's an expensive thing, and he's getting ready to start college anyway. He starts college next month. How's your health been? It's been better, but, you know, not too bad. I haven't had any major stomach attacks since February. So I've been doing okay. I've been doing all right. My weight's a little bit down, not as much as I would like, but you know, I'm still probably about 140 pounds higher than I should be, but you know. We can now confirm that Richard and Box of Donuts are different people. Yeah, because Box of Donuts has money. I'm kidding, Richard. You don't have to donate anything. Oh, what's the matter, Puggy? What's the matter? Okay. 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 That's all right. What you so sad for, huh? Oh, I know what it is. You want me in the recliner. That's what it is. You're wanting me in the recliner so you can lay out flat. That's why. I know. Yeah, I'm right, ain't I? I'm right, ain't I? Yes, I am. Silly Puggy. 50 minutes left, folks. Nom, 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 nom. You love Grandpa? Alex, are you a good girl? Do you love Grandpa? You gonna give me sugars? No? You sleepy? Is this your protest? Yes, health is important. You know what I could really go for though, Richard, is some vitamin B12. I'm actually deficient in vitamin B12. That's why I'm getting occasional twitches of my digits. It's a type 2 thing. It can cause you to be vitamin B12 deficient. So I need some vitamin B12. I bet I could get a year's supply for about $50. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Have you played the new Tony Hawk? No, I have not. I have not. I have the Tony Hawk 1 and 2 remaster. I don't have the 3 and 4 remaster. What is it? What do you see over there? Is that you? Oh no, is that scary? Is it scary? You see other grandpa holding some other dog? Does that upset you? Oh, she's got tears. Oh, then dry them tears now. Don't cry. Don't cry. Don't cry, Puggy. It'll be okay, Puggy. She's making me feel guilty is what it is. She wants me to get up from this chair, okay? And she wants me to go get in the recliner and lay down so that she can get between my knees and go to sleep. That's what she wants. Ain't it? Ain't that what it is? Do you take a man's vitamin every day? No, because I can't afford them, so I haven't bought any. What are your thoughts on the Ultimate Warrior? He was entertaining to watch. Crap wrestler. But he was entertaining to watch. Have you noticed that WWE stopped giving away the Warrior Award? And that Warrior's wife doesn't show up for the Hall of Fame presentation anymore? That didn't last too long, did it? No, it didn't last too long at all. Poor Puggy is sleepy. Are you sleepy? You not want to fight? Huh? You want to fight maybe? No? You don't want to fight? Yeah, there's that yawn. You're sleepy. Why don't you go lay down on your bed? Your bed's right over there. You can go take a nap. You want to do that? You want to go take a nap on your bed? Huh? No naps? You don't want to... I can put you back on the floor. No? You don't want to be on the floor? Okay. Okay. You did notice and you're okay with that? Yeah, I'm okay with it too. I'm okay with it too. His wife kind of came across as self-righteous and was like, had some kind of messiah complex with him when for years and years he was kind of a racist piece of shit. So I don't know what was going on with her, but she really put him up on a pedestal, that's for sure. Ain't that right? Ain't that right? Huh? No? No? You just want Grandpa to quit this internet stuff, huh? So you can lay down and go to sleep. I can put you on the floor and you can go lay on your bed. Why don't we do that? You want to go lay on your bed? Come on. Come on. Let's go lay on your bed. Your bed's over there. Go lay on your bed. Spoiler alert. She's not laying on her bed. She's now standing. No. She went and got on her bed. Good. That's where she needs to be. I can't be her furniture all the time, you know. I love her, but she is a very clingy little puppy. Very clingy. Very clingy. Da 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 da. I can hear her. She's not on her bed. She's roaming around back there. Here she comes. I think she's going. She has a pee pad down the hall. I think she's going to take a wee wee. 7th, would you ever consider doing a podcast format? If I thought that people would actually tune in and listen. You know, I always wanted. I've told this 1,000 times, but when I was in high school, I saw that. It was either when I was still in high school or right after high school. I saw that Christian Slater movie, Pump Up the Volume. And that movie really stuck with me as far as like who I eventually became online and things of that nature. But I always wanted to have my own radio show like he had in that movie, where I could just, talk about stuff and play music and whatnot. And when I first got into YouTube, I thought that's what I would be able to do with YouTube. But then, copyright law was like, nope, you can't do that. So, oh my God. Donuts! Are you using your girlfriend's debit card? What's going on here, son? Thank you, sir. Another $10 from Box of Donuts. 7th, what do you think of techno and synthwave music? I've never been a big fan. The closest I ever got, and some of y'all are going to be shocked by this, I'm sure. At one time, I was a really big fan of Information Society. I still have their album Hack saved on my Spotify playlist because that was my favorite album out of all the stuff they did. I didn't care too much for their debut album, but I thought Hack was amazing. And that's the closest to like techno or synthwave that I've ever gotten was I really, really, really like Information Society. And if you've never listened to Information Society, you should go listen to that album Hack. It's really, really good. A knife and a fork, a bottle and a cork. That's the way you spell New York. You know, I've always been a hard rock, metal, punk rock guy, but for whatever reason, Information Society just, I got it, you know. I got it when I heard it. And no other band like that. I mean, the only other one that might have been close was I liked The Prodigy. But really, I liked The Prodigy because they just sounded like punk rock to an electro beat, you know? They weren't punk, but they sounded punk. So I appreciate another $9 or $10. I'm starting to get worried. You've spent a lot of money tonight, Box of Donuts. Awful lot of money tonight. You could have bought a couple of games. You could have bought like 3 games with the amount of money you've spent tonight. That's just crazy. I love my fans and I love everybody that loves my son enough to be wanting to donate to help him make one of his dreams come true for his friends. He's talked for a long time about wanting a dedicated gaming room for him to play his tabletop games with his friends, and previously they've had to go to like there's actually bars and clubs around here that are tabletop gaming bars and clubs that sell alcohol and also rent out tabletop games, so you can rent a game for the night and all of you sit and play it while you're drinking. And those are cool, but he's wanted to be able to do it at home too, for when they don't have the money to be going to those clubs. And so as soon as he gets that table, he'll be able to do that. And as of right now, good gracious. We're at $190, y'all. And most of that is Box of Donuts. All but about $40 of that is Box of Donuts. That puts us total saved up for that table so far at $550, meaning we are $450 away from hitting the goal. That's astounding, guys. That's astounding. We're just $450 away. Or one whole Nintendo Switch game. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Have you ever been a guest on Weapon Wheel or Solid Cast? I've never been on the Solid Cast, but years and years ago, I was on the Weapon Wheel podcast just once, and they never invited me to come back, and it might have been because at the time something went wrong with my microphone, and so I sounded all scratchy and nasty through the whole thing. And that weekend I ended up going out and buying a replacement microphone, but they never invited me back. And then one time Review Tech USA interviewed me for his show, and it was all about console war stuff. And we talked for almost 2 hours, and then he was like, well, damn. And I'm like, what? And he was like, it didn't record any of it. And instead of re-recording it, he just gave up and said, sorry, man, we're just not going to do it now. But eventually, years after that, he invited me to be on a live stream that he did. That was me, Solid Rev, Black Bond, and General MLD all on the same show, talking with Review Tech USA. And as far as I don't know if it's still on his channel or not, but it was a fun night. It was a fun night, and we all had a good laugh over it. And yes, Solid Rev still has me blocked on Twitter, in case anyone's wondering. Yes, indeed. $190, guys. That's just amazing. $190. You watched that live stream? It was fun, wasn't it? That was a fun night. That was a fun night. That was a fun night. As for you, Chris G, no, we are not. Yeah, we're at $190. We're not beating $473 tonight. It's not happening. That is just not happening. I'd have to stay way later than 1 in the morning. And even so, we only have 16 people now that are still watching. So, just about everybody else had already gave up for the night. So who was going to be paying that remaining, $280? Come on, son. Come on. Rev has zero tolerance for trolling these days. I wouldn't take it personally. Yeah, but he used to have a really thick skin about that kind of thing. He used to just let it roll right off his back. I mean, what I said was like really innocuous. Sorry. It was very, very low level, I didn't think it was offensive at all, but he apparently sure did. He apparently sure did. I see ya. She's back under my chair again. Don't you want to go lay down on your bed? Why don't you go lay down on your bed? Thing is, Rev was a troll. Yes, he used to be, and he used to have a high tolerance for that stuff. But apparently now, he the process of getting divorced has caused him to lose his thick skin. I don't know any other way to explain it. Because 10 years ago, 5 years ago, what I said to him wouldn't have fazed him at all. Go lay on your bed, puppy. She hopped up in 8's recliner. Another $10. I told you, Donuts, you can just post and I will answer you. You don't have to pay to get an answer out of me. That puts us up to an even $200. Seventh, don't worry. I was in the stock market for 8 years. What you think of EA Studio? Stock market for 8 years? Dude, tell me how to invest. Tell me what to buy. Good Lord. My health is shitty. I'd like to enjoy the last few years I got left. Tell me how to make millions so I can retire early. So I can put it in an IRA and like live off the interest. Come on, son. Help a brother out. Seventh, don't worry. I was in the stock market for 8 years. What do you think of EA Studios? What franchises do you like from them? EA Studios. Well, I used to really like Mass Effect, and I used to really like Dragon Age. Not so much anymore, though. Not so much anymore. There's not really that many franchises from EA. I mean, I'm not a competitive online shooter person, so I don't give a crap about, well, that's Activision, but I don't give a crap about Battlefield or any of that stuff. So, honestly, there's not that much from EA these days that I care about. Not really at all. You know, because I don't play any of the sports games. I don't care about Battlefield. Dragon Age has shat the bed with their most recent attempt. I'm afraid to see if they even manage to get it out, what the new Mass Effect is going to be like, because Mass Effect Andromeda was doo-doo. Are you sure we aren't hitting 400? Box of Donuts is trying. No. I wouldn't want him to spend another $273 to tie, much less to beat that night. That night needs to just stay where it is. We shouldn't be trying to beat that, because that's where you guys are going way overboard. Yeah, I've always wanted to get into the stock market, but I've never had a mind for it. And let me tell you something. You'll know what this means, Box of Donuts. I used to work IT for a brokerage, and when they first hired me, they didn't have a problem with the fact that I had no experience in the stock market. But then after I'd been there for a while, they decided, you know what? No. You need to be licensed. So I had to study and pass my Series 7 and my Series 63. And I haven't, I let those expire after 2008 when they laid us all off. I didn't see a point in having to retake the test and paying to keep that certification. But just because I passed those doesn't mean that I know how to make money in stocks. I have no clue about that kind of thing. I wouldn't know what to buy, when to sell it, none of that crap. I don't have a mind for that type of thing. I barely keep my bills balanced. It's easy for me to forget about a bill and then I'm having to pay a late fee on it. It's very easy for me to lose track of that, even though I have a bill schedule. I can still miss things because I'm just, not. I know computer stuff inside and out, but it's hard for me to deal with financial stuff. I don't have a mind for it. I sure would like to become financially independent, though, where I could retire early and take my diminished Social Security and live off my interest in all of my investments, It wouldn't cost. Here's what I would have to do, a Box of Donuts, to maintain my current lifestyle. I would have to be earning enough interest and or dividends from stocks to be clearing after tax. Oh, let's see. $4,500 a month would pay all my bills. $4,500 a month. I make more than that, but I make about $1,000 a month more than that, but that would do the job for me. If I could make off of investments $4,500 a month, I could retire early. I could retire at 50 instead of retiring at 67. That would be very nice. I would very much appreciate it. Now, I mean, I still, at that amount of money, I still wouldn't be making enough where I could go on vacations and go on cruises and all that kind of thing. But at least I could just kind of relax and enjoy what time I have left, you know, instead of working myself into a grave like my dad did. My dad never really got to retire. He retired from the police department, but his pension wasn't enough to pay the bills, and so he still had to work as a security guard. You know, he thought he had himself set because he had a job that was offered to him to be head of security for an airport. And but they designated a woman as his assistant, and unbeknownst to him, she was politicking to have his job. And so she caused a bunch of things to happen to where he didn't want to be there anymore, and so he quit, and she took his job basically out from under him. And so there went his retirement plan as being head of security for the airport. And so then after that, the only kind of work he could find was just working as a security guard at warehouses and stuff. And so that's what he did for the last, 10 years of his life. I don't really want to do that, but I have a feeling that that's what's going to happen with me, is that I'm not going to be able to enjoy retirement, that I'm going to have to work all the way until the day I die, because I question whether I'm going to live long enough to see 67 years old. Well, it makes me wish that I had gotten into, that I'd learned more about stock investment and I'd gotten into it, like, you know, right around when Amazon first showed up on the scene. I wished I had invested in some things then, but all I've done is like invest in 401k. But even then, my 401k ain't like the greatest. There's like 75 grand in there. Certainly not enough to retire off of. But, you know, it was enough to where I was able to take 11 grand out of it and use that as the down payment for this house. And then just within, you know, a year, my 401k was all the way back up to where it was before. So, you know, that's good. But still, I wish I had a mind for such things. I just don't. Never been good at investments. Never been all that good at savings. You know, I don't have a tremendous amount in my savings account. It's mostly all I've been focused on is life insurance. That, you know, when I die, hopefully there will be enough in my life insurance and my 401k to pay off this house. So 8th will just have a house free and clear and not have to worry about refinancing it at a lower payment or anything. He'll just have a house. That's the goal. And I'm not quite there yet, but I'm getting there. Right now, if I died, he would get, he'd get about $250,000 plus my $70,000 4K. So technically, that would be enough to pay off this house. Technically. Life insurance is important because you never know when you're going to go. But that's what I want to make sure of, is that if something happens to me before I'm able to pay off this house, which most likely I will die before this house is paid off, that if something happens to me, the house is paid for. The house is paid for. The Challenger will be in his name. I mean, yeah, it's a 10-year-old car, but it's only got 34,000 miles on it. It's in great shape. You know, he'll be able to sell one of those cars if he wants to. You know, if he wants to keep this collection, he can keep the collection, or he can sell it to, you know, someone like Retro Rick or something, and that'll help him out even more. But for everything else, he will at least have a place to live that's already paid for. So he won't have to be paying rent. You know, if he wants to, he can invite friends to live here, and they can pay him rent to live here. You know, and that'll put a little extra money in his pocket. Whatever he wants to do. It'll be his house. It'll be in his name. Anyway, we got about 25 more minutes to go. 25 minutes left. As I haven't agreed to 1 in the morning yet. I haven't agreed to 1 in the morning. Let's not forget, I'm not running at 100% tonight. I do appreciate everybody, especially box of donuts. Good Lord, box of donuts. Good Lord. Unreal. Unreal. Life insurance is important. A family friend died with $1 million policy. All he did was go fishing. Wow. That's a big policy. I can't afford that, but the one that I have, basically $20 more box of donuts. Lord, that puts us at $220. What I was about to say is the policy that I have is through my job. So basically, if I died while I'm still employed with this company, 8th would get twice what my current salary is. That's what he'd get. Plus some other things. And so all of it would total out to about $250,000, and then he'd get my 401k on top of that, which currently has like $76,000 in it. 7th, Netflix was at 5. Netflix was at 5 in March of 2009. If you invested $10,000, take it out in August 2018, you would have gotten $700,000. I missed that, but I have Tesla stock. It worked out. Wow. Yeah, I wish. I wish, man. I wish. Dude, I'm not even joking anymore. I think if you stayed till 1, you would break your record. That's just an hour and 20 minutes away, and Box of Donuts is the only one donating. So others have donated tonight, but I mean, for the last couple of hours, he's the only one that's really donating. Okay? So think realistically about what you're saying, Chris. Think realistic about what you're saying. Because that would mean that in an hour and 20 minutes, you're expecting Box of Donuts to donate another $250 to match, not to beat, but to match the 400. Might as well just say 470, not 473, but 470. He would have to donate another $250 just to match that, not to beat it. That's asking too much of one person, man. I don't care how much money he's got in his bank account. That's not right. It's not right. So no, I mean, there's 19 people watching. Show of hands, yay or nay, yes or no. Who all wants me to stay till 1 in the morning? Y for yes, N for no. Show me in the chat now. There's 19 people watching. I should get 19 answers. Who wants me to do it? Yes or no? If Box of Donuts donates another $100, you'll donate $100? So then there'll just be 50 left to go? You're still asking too much of Donuts, man. You're asking too much of him. It's not right. Benji Bear does not want me to stream another hour and 20 minutes. So far, it's mostly Y's. 3 Y's to 1 no. We've got like 20 people watching. Let's get more answers than that in here. And y'all are going to have to come up with good questions to ask me. And not just have me sitting here for no reason. Y'all like my skulls? 7th level, baby. It's faded because I'm fat. If I hadn't gained so much weight, the weight stretches out the ink so it's not as bold and makes it look faded. If I hadn't gained all this weight, that tattoo would still look pretty awesome. I wish I had the money to have it touched up, but at the same time, I don't want to do that because what if I do lose weight and that arm shrinks back down and then it's going to further F it up? Richard says no. Richard does not want me to stay until 1 in the morning. What's up, Richard? You're talking about donating, but you don't want me to stay till 1 in the morning? You ain't making no sense, Richard. You ain't making no sense. Vengeful Cowboy, you can't vote twice. You voted 3 times. You can't vote 3 times. What's the matter with you? Voting 3 times. Y'all crazy. Y'all are crazy. Also, if I donate $100, you have to tell us how much you weigh. I'm not afraid to tell you how much I weigh. I'll tell you right now, I'm a fat ass. That's how much I weigh. I'll tell you the actual amount. I'm not afraid to tell you how much I weigh. I've been telling y'all for years that I'm way over how much I should weigh, and I already told you that I need to lose another 140 pounds. You don't have to pay. You don't have to pay for me to hear that. But if you want to pay $100 to hear how fat I am, I'll tell you. I don't care. I'm not embarrassed of it. It's not my fault. It's just, all the things that are wrong with me have caused me to gain all this. But if you want to donate $100, sure, why not? I'll tell you how fat I am. You already know how tall I am, which isn't much. Because remember, what was one of my taglines? 5'8" has never been this great. It's more like 5'9" if I'm wearing boots, but if I'm just in sneakers. Yeah. Have you watched season 2 and 3 of Squid Game? No, because I wasn't that big of a fan of the first one. Can we guess your weight? Wow. I only don't because I work and still got to take the puppy out before bed. Okay. Well, that's all. Well, you remember, Benji, that you can watch the replay. You don't have to stay for the whole show. You can watch the replay. Also, I don't know if you talked about it, but what do you think about the Dark Cloud situation? What Dark Cloud situation? Are you talking about Dark Cloud the game, or are you talking about the YouTuber Dark Cloud 1983? What's with the 350 XP in the top corner? What are you talking about? I don't see a 350 XP in the top corner. I don't know what you're talking about, Chris. I don't see what you're looking at. 350 XP? I have no idea what you're pointing at. I don't see it on my screen. Maybe it's a YouTube thing. Maybe it has to do with like you're gaining XP for your ranking on the chat or something. That's probably what it is. AKL Max guesses 230. Wow, you're giving me a lot of credit there, bro. Ain't the reason people hate Superman is because no one was able to challenge him. He didn't have obstacles to overcome. Well, he certainly did in this movie. Right next to where it says top chat. Yeah, I can't see that in my current window because I'm looking at it from OBS. I would say that that's like your XP that you're earning towards your chat ranking, like how Clean Frame has chat number 3 and whatnot. That's probably XP that you're earning towards raising your ranking on the chat. The YouTuber you didn't know. I think I had heard something that he got like Didn't he get, like, arrested for assaulting his wife or something? Something like that? He got arrested for something. I don't remember what, but I had heard that he got arrested. Yeah, I can see it. There's a purple crown next to it. Yeah, that's the XP that you're earning towards your ranking in the chat. You have a ranking. Clean Frame has a ranking. There's a couple of others that have gotten high enough to have a ranking. It must be something new that YouTube's doing because it wasn't there before. Yeah. This is the first time I've noticed that going on. It was PDF charges with his niece? No, I had no idea. I know he got arrested. I didn't know it was that. Jeez. I thought if anything it would have been like, domestic violence because of how short a temper he had. I don't know how many of you were around to remember this, but back then he'd lose his temper so fast that the other black guys in the community called him the Yellow Hulk because he was a lighter-skinned black guy and he had a bad temper. That wasn't me. I didn't make that up. That's what Hard 8 and Black Bond and all those guys, Nintendo Ultra, that's what they called him. They called him the Yellow Hulk. That was his nickname because he would... and somebody even drew a picture of him. They drew a picture of him as the Yellow Hulk, and it had like a little comic book text bubble over his head, and it said, "What's your address?" Because he was ex-military, so he claimed because he was ex-military that he could fly for free anywhere he wanted, whenever he wanted. And so, give me your address, I'll fly out to your house, and we'll settle this in your front yard. That he was threatening that all the time. And now to find out that he's a PDF file. Wow. Oh, good Lord. Box of donuts, $50. That puts us up to 270 for the night. We're 200 away from matching the record. 7th, what do you think of Fable 1 through 3? What do you think about the reboot? I hope it's good in 2026. I question whether it's actually going to happen, Box of Donuts. I liked... Fable 1 was okay. Fable 2 was really good. Fable 3 didn't really do it for me. There was just something that felt off about it. So we're at $270. We are now 200 away from matching the all-time record for this channel. So since so many people wanted me to do it, I guess I'll stay for another hour. I will stay till 1 in the morning. Goodness gracious alive, guys. Goodness gracious alive. That puts us just 370 away. Not if we hit the extra 200, but right now, as of right now, we're just 370 away from affording 8's table. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say, Box of Donuts. You've gotten us so much closer in one night than I thought we would be in another 3 months. I don't know what to say. But I'll give y'all another hour. I'll power through it. I'll power through it. Now, if Richard comes through with his donation, I'll tell you how much I weigh. Even though some of y'all are going to make fun of me over it, I don't care. I'll tell you how much I weigh. I'm not ashamed. I mean, I've shown you guys this. I've shown you that. Look how fat my arms are. Look what it's done to my tattoo. See that? Look at all that extra hanging off of there. Look at that. I didn't use... Y'all who have been watching me 16 years, you know I didn't used to be like this. I wasn't like this until I got put on third shift by my company. And I was put on third shift for 3 years. and it just destroyed something in my metabolism. It broke something in my metabolism, and it turned me into it put me into type 2, and I've never been back to normal since. I've just never been normal since. Yeah. He would inappropriately DM all the female guests when he was on AGS. AGS is what? Hard Eight's pod live stream. He was always creepy behind the scenes. It's like because of Superman being so strong, the stronger his enemies have to be. Writer Superman had to be very creative with soups to have some sort of challenge. 280? Nope. Wrong again. Not trying to be insensitive, but if already look plus size, the number doesn't matter much. Yeah, and you guys already can look at me and tell that I'm overweight. You know, it's not like I try to hide it. You know? It's not like I try to hide it. I think I carry it better than some other people in the community do, because it's a little bit more evenly distributed than it is on other people, but still. You meet me in public, you're going to know that I'm yeah. It's crazy because he had a good job at Sony, being able to travel to Japan, had a beautiful wife and family, threw it all away because he couldn't, yeah. Now he's going to drop the soap for Aki. Wow. That's harsh, man. That's harsh. No, Chris, I'm not. How about it, Richard? How about it? Eventually, they keep guessing. They're just going to keep going either up or down, and they're going to happen upon it by accident. So, you know, what you going to do? Let me know. Because I've already given you what you wanted. I've already agreed to stay another hour. The only thing I haven't done is told you how much I weigh. And they keep guessing. They're eventually going to happen upon it one way or the other. Thoughts on Diddy getting off? Well, at least he didn't get off on me. You opened yourself up for that one, Chris. Nobody's gotten it yet. I said 100. If you want, I'll donate 50. I'm not sure I understand you, Richard. You said 100, but if you want, I'll donate 50. What? What? Okay. Are you saying that you only want to donate 50 because you were going to match donuts and donuts only donated 50? Is that what you're saying? Be clearer in your words, Richard. Be clear in your words. What do you think about the Epstein stuff going on? I don't really care. There's always something like that going on, you know? There's always some guy that gets, accused of some really shady stuff, and he had connections with a bunch of other people, and so that, they have to protect themselves. And so the true story of all of it never fully comes out. It's always been one after the next after the next. Am I praying? What do you think I'm praying for? What do you think I'm praying for, Richard? Uh-oh. That's another $50. Now you have to do 100, Richard. Thank you, box of donuts, for another $100. Goodness, or another $50. Goodness gracious! Now I got to give another. Now I got to do another dollar bill. There's another dollar bill, and I have to do this one again. I forgot about this one. 7th, what does 8th think about your video game collection? Well, he's impressed by it. He's glad that I have it, but he's not as big into the 8-bit and 16-bit stuff as I am. You know, he, for the most part, not 100%, but for the most part, he doesn't really go that much farther past PS2 generation. There's some PS1 that he does. So, you know, he'll go back. He won't do Saturn, but he'll do PS1. So he'll go back to, you know, the 32-bit generation, you know, and Dreamcast. You know, he'll do Dreamcast, but he doesn't really do much. He doesn't really do much in the way of 8-bit or 16-bit, and absolutely nothing when it comes to like Atari, 5200, ColecoVision. $100 from Richard. Okay, Richard matched. So, okay, Richard. When I weigh myself every Saturday morning. I don't allow myself to weigh every day because all that'll do is discourage you. I weighed this morning. I weigh 343 pounds. At one point, several years ago, I was at 402. And so I've gone from 402 around 2018. I was at 402. And so from 2018 to 2025, I've gone from 402 down to 343. My goal is, even though this would still have me overweight, my goal is an even 200. If I can get down to an even 200, I will be satisfied with that. But currently 343. I hope you're happy, because I certainly am. I'm $100 richer. Let's see. What does that even put us at? I don't know anymore. Let's see. So that's 200 plus 20 plus No, that can't be right. That can't be right. Hold on a minute. 20. Okay. We're $50 away from matching the all-time high. We're at $420. Smoke if you got 'em. We're $50 away from tying the highest I've ever been in one night. Holy shit. I hope publicly humiliating or trying to publicly humiliate me over my weight, Richard, was worth that C-note, pal. I do appreciate it. I'm not ashamed because I've told you guys 100 times or more that I'm a fat ass and that I'm an example of how not to be. And true, a lot of it is not my fault. It's just something that happened to my metabolism when I was working third shift that's caused this. They call it metabolic syndrome. And it's the whole reason why I'm type 2. It's the reason I'm carrying around all this weight. It's the reason I have IBS. It's the reason that I have so many different health problems. It's probably related to why my vision is as crappy as it is. Well, no, because they told me that was hereditary. That's why 8th has the same thing. But, I need to lose another 140 pounds. Oh, another 143 pounds is what I need to lose. One of two things. Donuts is rich, or Donuts' parents are going to have a lot of unexpected charges on their debit card. Well, according to Donuts, he's done very well for himself in the stock market. How the fuck did you get to 400? Because the box of donuts has been donating to me all night, and Richard just donated another 100. That's why. 420 YOLO. Yep. Well, I'm a millionaire, so yes, it was low. You're a millionaire too now. You're saying you're a millionaire. How many millionaires do I have watching me? Because apparently I have at least two. And you know what else? Max88 hasn't shown up at all tonight. Max88 hasn't shown up. Because when he does, he usually donates at least 50, usually like 100 or 150. How in the world did I ever earn the friends online that I have? I'll never understand it, guys. I'll never understand it because I don't even make regular YouTube videos anymore. I haven't done anything video-wise since I finished Trey for Life. And not a single episode of that even broke 1,000 views. Vengeful Cowboy, I'm a $1 heir. It doesn't matter, Vengeful. I mean, even when, no matter what the donation is, it's something that I don't really deserve. And so it's always appreciated, whether it's $100 or $1. That's still something that I haven't earned that you could put towards something in your own life. So, I will always be thankful to you guys, no matter what it is. If it's a quarter, that's a quarter I didn't have. This channel has not been like a productive channel in a long time. And it's because I have this one idea for what I want to do. Donuts. All right, we're now officially tied with my all-time highest night that I've ever had. We're now at $470. Eight's going to wake up to good news. Holy shit, yes he is. Dear God. Richard, box of donuts. You guys. Vengeful Cowboy. Cereal and Grape Juice. Dark Star Archangel. JV Shada, who's not here anymore. He left earlier, I think. You guys, man. We are now tied for the highest donation night that has ever happened. And we've still got 56 minutes left to go. Good Lord. 7th, we tie lol, maybe. No, you tie lol definitely, box of donuts. I still follow everyone from the Trey Brotherhood days. If they still have an account, that era is very dear to my heart. Well, I'm not intending to close my account anytime soon. If you suddenly never hear from me, never see me on video, don't see me posting on Twitter, it's because I'm dead. I'm not gonna stop no matter how old I get. I will at least show up every now and again to do this. Oh, Richard. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. What? That puts us at $520, guys. Oh, Jesus shit. Oh, I'm getting short of breath just thinking about that. Dream 308 is still active on Steam. I haven't talked to that guy in years. Years. No, I'm not staying till 2 a.m., Vengeful Cowboy. I would love to do it, but I can't. I can't. I'm, I just told you guys how much I weigh. Now imagine what kind of back problems that I have. When I sit in this chair in this position for too long, I start to get extremely pained in my lower back and in my knees, and my feet start to swell up and hurt because, sitting in this position, the fluid isn't getting up and down properly, and still my feet start to swell up. So, I can't really do more than 6 hours, absolute maximum. I certainly can't do 8 hours like I did before. That made me very sick. I had to call out that Monday because I didn't get over it by the end of that Sunday. Do a sleep stream? No. Going from no donations one week to all-time high the very next week is hilarious. I'm not laughing about it. I'm dumbstruck. I feel so incredibly unworthy of this, you guys. So incredibly unworthy of this. Remember when I said if you stayed, you'd break your record? Pepperidge Farm, remember? Yes, I remember, Chris. I remember. And I remember a long time ago that you were involved in the first time that this happened, and I'm still grateful to you for that. However many years ago that was. It's like, 3 years ago? 3, 4? Something like that. I'm still grateful for that. Because y'all helped me pay for the if I remember right, it was a gaming chair that I was saving up for, because the chair I was using was starting to hurt my back and my ass too much. And so I needed a new chair, but I couldn't afford one, and y'all helped me get I think that's what it was you guys helped me get a new chair. I kid around, health first, coming from a type 2 myself. Yeah, I am barely, that's the crazy part too. Here I I've gained all this weight. I'm barely a type 2. Like the cutoff was like, I think 60. Was it anything over 60 and you're type 2? I'm a 67. I'm barely over the line. Barely. I might as well do a size stream. Is that what you were trying to say? You should wake up 8th and let him know his gaming table was covered. Oh. Well, not quite. It's almost there. We're at 520 for the night. We were at 360. So 360 plus 520. We're at 880, so we're $120 away from the cost of his table. $120. $120, and we're at the goal, which is mind-blowing because, we came in here at $360 saved over several, like 2.5, 3 months. It took 2.5 or 3 months to get to 360, and then in one night, we're $120 away from the table's paid for, and we can just order the table. I'm not the type that gets emotional and cries over stuff like this, but if I was that type, I would be bawling right now. Absolutely bawling. I am getting a little short of breath. Don't worry, I'm not going to have a heart attack or nothing like that. I don't have heart problems, believe it or not. My heart is as healthy as it could be. Another $10, box of donuts. Now we're $110 away from affording his table. We're at 530 for the night. We're 110 away from being able to just go on there and order the table. I was 6'8" when I was diagnosed, and I was weighing in the 240s. Well, I'm 6.7, and I weigh 343. I was still at 6.7 when I was 402. But back then, they had me on metformin. And so that following summer, they put me on Jardiance, and I lost from 402 down to 360. And then I've since lost, another 20 pounds or so. And so I've been fluctuating between 343 and 320. And I keep just kind of bouncing between those two. 7th, we love it. What do you think of Apple and Microsoft's battle in the tech world? I think Apple is behind the times in a lot of ways because they're desperately trying to hold on to the concept of the iPhone. But there's new technology coming down the pipe that's going to make these obsolete. But Apple, the other companies are willing to look into that. Apple is wanting to cling on to this. And so, that's what interests me. I mean, they've never really been able to compete insofar as OS goes. Microsoft has always trounced them ever since they basically stole the concept of the Lisa and turned it into Windows. The game room tour is going to be sweet. Yes, and another $110. Once we order the table and we get the table installed upstairs, that's when the game room tour will happen. You're now down in the 200s thanks to Ozempic plus metformin. Well, for me, I'm afraid to take Ozempic because I'm constantly hearing about just really, really weird side effects. Plus, I can't afford it. Ozempic's expensive. And I have medical coverage. I have good medical coverage. It's not as good as I had when I had an HMO. I'm on a PPO now because they don't offer HMO anymore. When I had HMO, it was awesome. I hardly paid for nothing. But I can't afford Ozempic. And plus, Ozempic wouldn't do me much good, man. What Ozempic does is it controls your appetite. But I don't get hungry. I don't have an appetite. And I only eat twice a day. My thing is that, I don't get much exercise. And my body is so damaged now that it's hard for me to do exercise. I can't even do the beginning level of DDP yoga because I tried that. I thought, well, if that guy can go from being crippled to being walking around and running, it ought to help me. I couldn't even do what they call the beginner level. I couldn't do it because it still required you to get down in the floor, and my knees are so ruined that if I get down in the floor, I'm not getting back up because 8th can't lift me up off the floor. So I'm just stuck sitting there. And so, there was a lot of the DDP yoga stuff I can't even do. And I can only get outside and walk around for at absolute most 15 minutes before my back starts to hurt so bad that I'm sweating from the pain. So, mine's not how much I eat. Because at most I'm taking in, at the maximum, 2,000 calories in a day. Usually it's closer to like 12 to 1,500 calories a day. I'm not stuffing my face. I don't eat candy. I don't eat chips. I don't drink milkshakes. I don't, today when I had that blue coconut slush, that was the first time I'd had a soda or soda type drink that actually had sugar in it in a long time. Because I just don't. Mostly I drink water and tea. Every now and again, I'll have a sugar-free soda, like zero sugar root beer or something like that. Oh. Another $50. Another $50 from Box of Donuts. That makes it $580 for the night. $580 for the night. That makes it $940. We're $60 away. We're $60 away from 8th getting his... $60 away from 8th getting his table. Holy shit, guys. Holy shit. God, I don't fucking deserve this. Chris, I think it's $60 away. Because we were at 500... Oh, that's wait. No, we were at 520. And he donated... Oh, that's 570. So you're right. We're $70 away. Sorry. I thought it was 580, but it's 570. We're $70 away. Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. That's still amazing, though. $70 short. If you get there, you have to wake him and let him know. I know. We're just 70 more bucks. 70 more bucks. That's amazing. It makes you wonder where Max 88 is. Because right now it's mostly, Richard and Donuts and, there's been so many others that have donated too, but, where's old Max 88 at? Holy crap. They're showing you up, Max. They're showing you up, buddy. They're showing you up. Holy crap, man. Holy crap. My dad wouldn't believe this. If he had lived to see this change in technology and this change in what society has done, he wouldn't believe that this was happening right now. He would be leaning over my shoulder, just laughing and clapping me on the back. That's what he'd be doing right now. Wake up 8th with a slap and tell him to clear the room for the gaming table. Well, we're still $70 off. If we hit it, I will call him and wake him up. I will call if another 70 comes in the next 40 minutes. I will ring him live. I'll ring him live and tell him. Were you affected at all with the floods in Texas? No, all of that happened 3.5 hours south of me. That's like west of San Antonio. I live right on the edge between Central Texas and Northern Texas. I'm about 40 miles or so south of Waco, so I'm kind of like halfway in between Dallas and Austin. And there's been some flooding in a town to the west of me in Killeen, but no flooding here. Because we don't live in a flood zone. So, I mean, it's possible to have some flash flooding here, but, it doesn't really happen here. What has been more likely is damage from straight-line winds. We get that kind of thing. And the tornado we had a year ago was the first tornado that had hit here in like 71 years. So, yeah. But, I mean, it doesn't really matter nowadays because, you can have flooding in any state. You can have tornadoes hit in any state. It's getting crazy. 7th, I'm just glad my phone still has battery power. Another $20 from Box of Donuts. That's $590. Holy shit, man. $590. We're $50 away. $50 more dollars. Or no, where is my math at? We were at 570. He donated another 20, so that makes it 590, right? So 590 plus the 360 that we came in with is 950. So that's $50 away. Where are we getting $20 away? It's $50 away. I think Chris thought that he had donated another 50, but he donated another 20. I think that's what happened there. Now I'm rooting for you to get that 50 because I want to see you make that phone call. Yeah. Do you guys have other questions you want to ask? Because, I mean, there's got to be more to this. I have to be able to give something back aside from just, y'all watching the counter tick up. And before any of you say it, no, I'm not going to take my shirt off rich style. That's not happening. I have a little bit of pride, okay? I have a little bit of pride. Ugh. Richard. I don't have any kind of celebratory thing that I can turn on for reaching a donation goal. I don't have anything like that. Most of my stuff doesn't even work anymore, so I don't have anything else that I can... I don't have anything that I can turn on, like a little hooray. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Hey, I'm sorry to wake you up, but there's something you need to know. We've had $640 in donations tonight. You now have the $1,000 needed for your table.
That's crazy.
I swear. You've had Richard donate 150. You've had one of my longtime viewers, a guy named Box of Donuts, who's donated hundreds of dollars. It's just been an ongoing thing all night, and we just hit 640 plus the 360 we already had. So, clear out the room, man. The table's on its way.
Cool.
Can you imagine that? I have you on speakerphone so that the show can hear you. You want to tell them what you think about that?
Well, thanks everyone. That's crazy.
He's trying to get woke up, and he doesn't really know what to say. So I'm kind of the same way. I've been kind of short of breath since I saw how big this thing was getting. And, I told them if we hit the goal tonight, doesn't matter how late it is, I'm going to call 8th and I'm going to wake him up and let him know that, he can go ahead and order that table and get it out here. So you're all set, man. You're all set. You're going to be able to have your friends over to play your games.
Cool. Thanks, everyone.
All right, man.
Sorry, I don't have more to say.
Yeah. Well, go ahead and... He's on that new sleep schedule to get himself used to when he starts college next month, guys. So sorry about that, but, I know this means a lot to him. So thanks, everybody. 8th, why don't you go ahead and go back to sleep, okay?
All right. Night.
Night. I don't have a can of Pepsi to open, pimp. We don't buy cans of soda. We buy 2 liters, and even then, I don't have any Pepsi. All I have in there is sugar-free root beer. That's all I have in there. Thanks, living legend. I hope y'all. I know he didn't say much, but I've told you guys for years. 8th is not a big talker, and he doesn't get emotionally jacked up over things. He's just kind of a go with the flow kind of guy. Things just don't really faze him. He's kind of like the dude, man, But I promise you, knowing him as long as I have, that's like peak excitement from 8th. What you just heard, that's peak 8th. So I guarantee you, he's probably going to have a hard time getting back to sleep. Probably so. Played Danica House as you call. Well, I can't get copyright flagged, man. I can't get copyright flagged. Can't get copyright flagged. Oh, man. Unbelievable. Did you hear that, Alex? Dada's going to get his table. Yes, he is. Do you want to celebrate? Do you want to come up and celebrate? Come on. All right. Oh, yeah. You're proud, aren't you? Yeah. Dada going to get his table. Dada going to get his table. And Grandpa don't have to beg these poor people to help him do it anymore. Oh, God. Why, you're not making... I'm making a little bit off of ads, not a tremendous amount. A few bucks. It's enough to buy some gas for my car. I'm glad y'all were here too, Chris. And we still have a half hour more show. Promise is a promise. Can't wait for the room tour and see that bad boy set up. Are you still gonna? Yeah, of course I'm gonna live stream. Just because I hit the goal for that doesn't mean I'm not gonna put on a show. Come on, guys. It just means I don't have a donation goal. I'm not gonna be actively taking donations for something. Y'all want to donate to make the show longer, fine. But this was the only thing that I had a goal for this year, was to help him make that happen. And now I'm going to be able to do that for him. And it means a lot. It means a lot, guys. $640. Good God. I mean, I'm going to have to wait until... I'm not going to be able to do it immediately because I'm going to have to wait until like July 21st for YouTube to cut the check. Because they only cut AdSense checks only go out on the 21st. So I got to wait until that. Grandpa has really good fans, huh? What you think? You think Grandpa has good fans? Yeah? I'm going to bed, millionaires. Don't stay up this late. Yeah, well, I guess you don't have to, do you? Play Donald Trump or $1 Million Man WWE theme. What? What? What is it? Huh? What is it? You don't make it easy to type. You know that, 8th? Alex, I called you 8th. Another $10 from Box of Donuts. All right, that's enough. I don't want to get myself in trouble. That's another $10 from Box of Donuts. That puts us up to exactly $650. Another 10 because sure. Yeah. Probably the first time I've caught you live. How's it going, sir? We've had $650 in donations tonight. We now have the money to get 8th's gaming table. Or we will on the 21st when the check comes in from YouTube. I am beside myself. I don't know what to say. Other than thank you, of course. That is a classic theme. You know, you could also do Shane O'Mac, you know, money, here comes the money. Oh, she is sleepy. She is sleepy. Well, don't worry, puppy. We're only going to be on for another 28 minutes. 28 minutes. I'm so freaked out about this. I'm sweating, and I'm sitting right underneath the air conditioning vent. And the ceiling fan is going above my head, and I'm sweating. I'm sweating. So how long will it actually take to get the table? Well, that depends on when their next shipment is scheduled to go out, because it's a company in the UK. It's a company in the UK. And so it has to ship from overseas. And so to save on their shipping costs, they only ship out when they have enough orders in to justify it. So it kind of depends on how long it's going to take. As soon as I find out after the 21st, when the money comes in and we can order it, I'll let you know how soon it's going to get here. Okay, Puggy, we're almost done. What's YouTube's cut? Lord, I hadn't even thought about that. I may have to shore up whatever their cut's going to be with some of my own. Let me see. YouTube's cut will be somewhere around $200 of that, because they take 30. I think they take 30%. Maybe it's not as much as that anymore, but I think they take 30%. So if they take 30%, then that's $195 of it, and I'll just have to like front that myself when it's time to order the table. See if I have $195 that I can charge on a credit card or something to finish it up. Which wouldn't be a problem if PayPal hadn't screwed me, but, you know, that is what it is. Ain't that right, Puggy? Are you excited? Huh? You excited, or are you just ready for me to go to bed? I think you're just ready for me to go to bed. That's what I think. I think you're sleepy and you want me to go to bed so that you can get back. I can put up my feet and you can sleep. Ain't that right? Because you ain't going to sleep on your bed. You ain't going to sleep on your bed. No, you're not. Do you love your grandpa? Huh? Do you love grandpa? I don't hear you. What you think? What you think? If you don't say something, I'm going to give you the num-nums. Here I come. I'm going to give you num-nums. Num-num-num-num-num-num-num-num-num-num-num. What do you think of that? Huh? What do you think of that? Okay, I won't give you no more num-nums. Okay, no more num-nums for you. Nope. No more num-nums for you. No, I'm not gonna bust out the Shane O'Mac. That was $1 Million Man was old, so I'm not as worried about it with $1 Million Man. Okay, I'm not as worried about it with the $1 Million Man. But newer, Shane O'Mac is still old, but it's newer than the $1 Million Man, and it's something that they were still using right up until Shane left the show again. So a couple of years ago or whenever it was. It's okay. You a good puggy? You love Grandpa? Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right, Puggy. Grandpa loves you too. You're a good girl. You're a good girl. You're a good Puggy. But we still have 20 minutes to go. And you're kind of hurting my back holding you like this. You know that, right? I'm glad you came to celebrate. Okay, okay. All right. All right. Good girl. You see her? She's just a little cuddle bug. This is what she does. This is what she likes to do. At least with me, anyway. She's more likely to play with 8th. With me, it's mostly this. She just wants to be held, wants to be cuddled. Don't you want to be cuddled? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Well, we got 20 more minutes, and then Grandpa can go lay down for the night, and then you'll be okay. I have sweat rolling down my back right now because I've gotten so, to quote an old SNL skit, I've gotten so verklempt over all of this that I'm sweating from it. Guys. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, guys. Don't even know what to say. Are you ready to go to bed yet? Huh? I mean, Grandpa's going to have to reload on his tea. Because I've now drank 2 full mugs of tea. And I've just probably sweated out about half of that. And so I'm going to have to get some more to drink. I'm certainly not hungry. I won't have to eat anything for the rest of the night. That's for sure. Oh, I'm hurting. Come on. You're going to have to get down. Come on. You got to get down now. Grandpa can't hold you like that for that long. That just don't work. Sorry, Puggy. That just don't work. Box of donuts, man. No, I'm sticking true to my word. I said I'd stay to 1. That's 20 minutes away. I'm staying to 1. Holy crap, dude. 7th, I'll be honest, I didn't think we'd get there tonight, but I'm so glad we did, and I am too. I don't know what to say, guys. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to think about all this. How many viewers left? According to this, 18. 18 left. You know, y'all. There's 18 here. Y'all can still ask some questions. We got 15 minutes left to go. So what does the excess donations go towards? I don't know. Maybe a game y'all want me to review or something? I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. Stalker 2 was announced for PS5. Any interest in that? Not really my type of thing. Not really my type of thing. I mean, to give you an idea, the last thing that I picked up was and it was an indie game, like what was it called, Curse of the Wolf or something. It was a little $20 Metroidvania or something like that. I don't remember how much I paid for it. What's your opinion of Sarah Silverman? She hasn't really done anything for me. I mean, I don't really find her all that funny, to be honest with you. And that little show that she used to have back in the day, I didn't think it was funny either. Is it worth sitting in a badly air-conditioned theater for Superman? Yes, it is. Superman was fun. I really enjoyed it. And 8th proclaimed that it is now his currently favorite Superman film. So, yeah. I really enjoyed it too. I thought it was a great movie. I mean, yeah, it's not perfect, but I just really liked it, you know. And I liked the new Superman. I liked the new Lois a lot. I really liked Mr. Terrific. Is it safe to say you are Team Vince in regards to the Montreal screw job? No. No. I mean, after I found out some of the stuff that Sean had been doing that brought Brett to that point, I kind of agreed with Brett. You know, and I think that there are other things that that Vince could have done. I mean, I understand needs of the business, but at the same time, you know, there are other things that Vince could have done. He didn't have to do it that way. So, good chatting with you, Sam. Thank you so much for coming by. Box of donuts, Jesus. I don't know. I just don't know. Lord help. Thank you, box of donuts, whoever you are. Unbelievable. I'm speechless with 12 minutes left to go. Now, watch. Excuse me. Watch Box of Donuts actually be solid Rev in disguise, and he cancels all of these transactions after I get off tonight. I'm just kidding, Box of Donuts, if you're still listening. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. $660. Unreal. Absolutely unreal. That is absolutely amazing. I'll never live this down. I'll never live this down. I've been talking about that $470 night for forever. And now here we are at 660. Absolutely unbelievable. Well, does anybody have 10 minutes of questions left? Because, you know, I said I'd stay till 1, and we got 10 minutes left. Anybody? Smoke if you got them. Lord. Goodness gracious alive. That is something else. That is something else. I think everybody in the chat is emotionally spent at this point. Y'all have been on the same ride with me the whole time. I certainly didn't foresee this happening tonight. This was not in the cards as far as I was concerned. I just Well, we have 9 minutes left, but of course I start every night 10 minutes early. So, you know, according to the chat, we've already been live for 6 hours and 1 minute. So, since everybody has stopped asking questions anyway, I think I'm just going to go ahead and end it with 8 minutes till 1. I don't think anybody's going to begrudge me that, because I'm starting to feel a little lightheaded. This is... It's going to take me a while to digest all of this. I probably am not going to be able to sleep tonight because I'm going to be so jacked up over all of this. But thank you so much to everybody that donated. That was amazing. And I appreciate that y'all care about 8th that way. I really do. And I will endeavor to be here again next Saturday. Be thinking about what you want to talk about. What more there could be, I don't know, but be thinking about what else you want to talk about, and I will see you all then. Same 7th time, same 7th channel. Thank you so much to everyone who donated.